and let's go. So, hi everyone, my name is Denis. I'm a developer advocate within Autodesk. I've been with Autodesk for about 6 months, 6 years, sorry, and 6 months. And today we are going to go through the last step of the online bootcamp. So for those who are not worried about that, this is a kind of 1 week a bootcamp training, if you want to call it so. It's 4 days, 4 tutorials. All tutorials are took from the Learn Forge Autodesk.io. I will be showing you a couple of screens from there. There are usually 2 parallel tracks, and there are usually 2 regions, you may say so. One region is Europa, or EMEA, what we called, and the second is America. So you are now in America session, and each one has basically 2 tracks, one Node.js and one .NET. We had 4 sessions per day, as I said, and during this session we have a cycle. Like first step, I code, I show you different things, and I answer your question. Then I will give you about an hour or so, let's say 90 minutes, where you can code and you can submit your questions. I will be answering these questions along the way, and the most interesting and important questions I will be saving and kind of sharing with everyone without disclosing your name, so don't be worried. And I hope that you joined at least one of them. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we are now in this last one, modify your design with the design automation service. The most interesting, maybe for someone annoying thing, is that some of these parts are basically kind of repetitive. So especially when creating a Forge application, when saving the client ID and client secret and the callback URL and different things like that, these are, you can say, reuseful from the previous days. So for this very session, for today, we will be talking about the modifying your design with design automation service. I will be explaining you what is design automation, what kind of engines you can use it. And in the end, our task is to build an application like that, where you are having a bunch of parameters, you have an input file, an activity, and you are submitting this file in order to be processed in some way. Along the way, I will explain you kind of what is the idea about the work item, what is the idea about activity, and bundle plugins and different things like that. And as I said, that what kind of engines you can use, or what kind of format files you can actually use as input. And our schedule for today is the following. And I'm based in Montreal, so I'm on East Coast. Here you have the PST and EST time zone. So the very first session is about intro and setup. As I mentioned you before, this is reusable from the previous sessions. So if you joined those sessions, there is nothing new that you can find here in session 1. The interesting part will start with session 2 and session 3 and 4 and so forth. But in the session 1, even for those who joined the previous sessions, I will try to briefly skip the kind of the setup part, because it's more or less kind of intuitive, and concentrate more on introduction of the service itself, what it is, what it does, and kind of how the workflow is before jumping into the code. And as Lewis Carroll was saying, let's start with the beginning. And the beginning is what actually is design automation. Design automation currently works with 4 engines: Revit, 3ds Max, Inventor, and AutoCAD. And what it does mean, it means that you have an instance of Revit, 3ds Max, Inventor, AutoCAD, whatever you choose, running in the cloud, where actually expects an input and kind of, well, not an input, some inputs. and with the information of what kind of outputs you need. I'm most familiar with 3ds Max, so I will be giving you kind of trying to do different example of Revit, Inventor, and AutoCAD. But since I'm more familiar with 3ds Max, there could be different things like you are giving as input a 3ds Max file, and you want to get back something like renderings of all the cameras. This is what I did, a proof of concept at last AU. Another example would be something like, okay, I have a scene with 3ds Max, extract everything as a separate object of FBX format. This is for Unity or Unreal or something like that. In Revit, this could be kind of the very same thing, but more like processing the file. So I want as an input a Revit file, and then I want to kind of a text file with all the inventory, something like how many doors I have, how many, without opening the file. In AutoCAD, kind of the very same thing, but the most common use case was one proof of concept that was highly appreciated. It's something like I have a bunch of AutoCAD files and I want to export to PDF. Instead of opening the AutoCAD, opening the file, export as PDF or something like that, I just have a bunch of AutoCAD files, a script which says export as PDF, send all the files to the cloud as input for as a work item, along with the script, and get back a bunch of PDFs. And the same thing comes with the Inventor. However, for this session, we will be exploring another scenario. It's not just extracting information about that, but basically mutating a file. So what it means that I'm giving a Revit file with like, I don't know, no doors or something like that, and I want to insert everywhere a door. How can I do that? It means that I have to create something. So I will be inputting an Revit file, and as an export, I will receive a mutated or modified Revit file. The same thing stands for Inventor, AutoCAD, or 3ds Max. So we will be exploring this scenario, how to have an input a file and get back the very same file modified according to our parameters. And the beauty of cloud service is that you can use it be it on mobile, web service, or it could be something like within an automating pipeline. And it means that everything runs headless. In this case, you don't have to have a license for AutoCAD, Inventor, Revit, or 3ds Max. Basically, what you need is internet connection, input file, script file, and of course, you have to have a Forge app in order to basically authenticate yourself on the service for this thing. And as I said, it's basically accept everything like AutoCAD, Revit, 3ds Max, and Inventor file based on engine that you choose. Some of those files accept some of those engines also accept other files, but let's stick to these kind of common things. You use cloud processing resources, so no processing time on your side. Everything is in the cloud. And the workflow is very simple. You put your files somewhere in the cloud so the engine can access it. Could it be Azure, Google, Dropbox, Box, or something like that? In our case, we will be showing it kind of using the local host, or we can use the one of the Forge services, the Forge data, the data management, where actually we're using a bucket in order to store that, but it doesn't matter. Then you send these links where you store the things to the design automation. You say something like, okay, here is the link, take the file from using this link and kind of use it as input. The instance of the Forge design automation will download everything that it needs following your links, and it will start processing. So when I say that it downloads everything, it will download also the so-called bundle. I will show in a minute what it means and how it looks, but it's basically is you can say an archive, or you can you can say archive of all the code that has to be run on that instance. Those familiar with the Autodesk Autodesk App Store, they are familiar with the bundle format, because this is the format used to kind of to upload, or actually to present the plugin on that Autodesk App Store. And this one, the design automation, uses exactly the same bundle format. And the only requirements here is that it should be headless. So it should not require any user input. You cannot press buttons or something like that. It should run like a stream. And after everything is done, it will upload the results where you specify that it should upload the results. So it means that when you are sending the links to the design automation, you're not sending only the links about the source file, what file should be processed, the script file, what kind of code you should run, or the bundle where actually resides your code or something like that, but also the link to the place where actually the results should be stored. And again, for these very purposes, we will be mimicking everything on localhost. So we will be using ngrok, if you're familiar with this tool. If not, I will help you kind of get familiar with it. But it needs a link that could be accessed. So it should be something like accessible, not behind passwords, not behind firewalls or something like that. And you basically get the results, but keep in mind that this is more like a sandbox. So it means that everything that happens there, it processed, and kind of the result is uploaded. The input and outputs are not stored. So it means that once everything is ready, that instance is discarded. So everything is lost. So there is no persistency or something like that. Okay, so in order to test this and kind of to try it, you will be requiring a Forge account and of course a Forge app. And the rest of the files for this track we will be providing. So there is no problem. We will provide plugins, so you can later kind of dissect that plugin and understand how it works, and kind of develop your own plugins. But everything will be provided. And from the kind of organizational perspective, you need a Forge app, a client ID and client secret. We will be doing that in a minute. And for runtime, since this is a Node.js track, I hope you have already Node.js installed. I hope it's LTS or not something like very old. As a dev environment, we will be using Visual Studio Code, because it's like the most common, and it's free and everything like that. And as I mentioned, for web requesting tunneling, we will be using ngrok. These tools should be installed. If not, we will be kind of doing that together. And I think that's it that we need for this very session. And what I will be doing now is go through everything again, showing you. And keep in mind that everything that I'm doing right now, you should be doing by yourself. I mean, opening a Forge account or creating a Forge account if you don't have one, and creating a Forge app. Okay, I will switch to this one. As usually, the best friend of any technology is the documentation. So if you are not aware already, here is the main part of the documentation, where it actually specifies all the engines that it has. You have here a bunch of tutorials that will explore some workflow in context of 3ds Max, AutoCAD, Inventor, Revit, and everything. And of course, the most important thing is kind of the API reference. And in this API reference, the most kind of maybe strange terms that you have is something like app bundles, engines, something like that. We will be looking through that in a minute in the workflow. But just as a reminder, what we do here is basically we are following this track LangForge. The purpose of this track is to give you a step-by-step explanation, because of course you can just jump on it and execute everything. Or if you don't want to go into the details and everything, you just can download the repos. I don't advise that. And here we will be doing the step-by-step things, how to set up and everything. But I'm doing this not just to copy the content. I'm doing this so at certain steps, you can jump on with questions. So if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask. They're not dumb question. Everyone started somewhere. So if you want, even if you have questions on ngrok and things like that, this is the place to ask them. As I said, we will be following the Node.js part. So this is the place kind of to start with everything. However, this will be in the second step. What I want to give you now is basically an overview, but let's just a bit to the track. And I already have a Forge account, but let's create one. Yeah, I will make one on behalf of my wife. Okay, so once you logged in My Apps, you can see the list of apps that you created so far. In this case, I already have kind of an app created. Doesn't matter, I will be created another one. I would strongly advise you for each kind of project to create a separate one, because in case some projects are compromised, you can easily kind of change everything. And here in app name, we'll be just doing something like design. Well, I don't know, like design automation tutorial or something like that. App description, something like blah, blah, blah. Of course, this is for you. Website, this is not important. This one is very important. And let's put it just like that. But later we will change this one. And this will be important because this callback will be used within our application. And this is mostly for three-legged authentication important. But let's keep it kind of simple for now and change later as we need. Okay, and in this case, what kind of APIs we will be using? Technically, we can uncheck everything except design automation, but I don't recommend that. I would rather prefer to keep everything checked, because sometimes there are some cross-service relationships. So, for instance, design automation and webhooks, they could have some workflows. Data management and design automation also, because remember I was telling you that you can save some outputs or even put the inputs into a buckets in order to serve it again from Forge infrastructure and so forth. And that's it. Once you have created an app, you will be given a client ID and client secret. Client ID, you see it's kind of disclosed. This one is basically the most important. Once it's compromised, as I did like that right now, showing it in this recording, there is no problem. We can regenerate and it will be safe for now. So what we will be needing is client ID and client secret. And you can consider this like a step done. Of course, from engineering perspective, you would need, as we said, Visual Studio Code. Okay, installed. There is no problem to download it here. And let me put this in the chat. Okay, to everyone. Okay, and let me put here also the ngrok. The ngrok is a very interesting tunneling tool. Okay, but where is the download button here? Requested them. Where actually is? That's embarrassing. Ah, here it is. Yeah, wrong page. Okay, that's it. Now, let me quickly, since we have time, describe you kind of the design automation workflow. As I mentioned to you before, documentation is here. We have some concepts here in design automation. And let's quickly go through each so we can use it later in the code. I will be repeating them briefly, but kind of for you to understand upfront. Usually we have here a bunch of terminology, but we don't understand where actually we should start. Where is the entry point for this service? I'm using a tool called Postman. Maybe for you it's quite common. You're already familiar with this one. And I'm creating so-called workflows for design automation. So as I told you, I'm more kind of inclined toward 3ds Max. And in these 3ds Max, I have some workflows. There is also Revit and AutoCAD workflows. But its interesting thing is that design automation by itself was built in such way that there is no much difference between the workflow for 3ds Max or workflow for AutoCAD. Just in a minute, I will kind of show you and you will see by yourself. So in this case, let's say that I have, like, I want render a scene Revit or something like that, but using 3ds Max. So remember, I was telling you that 3ds Max accept Max files as input, but also it can import a Revit file. Or I can use 3ds Max scene and say something like, okay, you show me, render me all the cameras that I have or something like that. It doesn't matter. The workflow is exactly the same thing, except a couple of parts. And I will show you in a minute what. Well, first step is authentication. Of course, we will authenticate. We will get this kind of, the client ID and client secret. The client ID and the client secret will be used if it's a valid one. It's not a valid one. So this is exactly the case where actually I should jump into that very app. So let me, for demo purposes, design automation tutorial. So yeah, I will put it this one. I will put the secret this one. Okay, I will copy and disclose on camera the new generated secret, right? Okay, so now it should work. I will receive an access token. Okay, so the very first thing is kind of getting the list of engines. What it does is basically, remember I was telling you that there is kind of 3ds Max, Revit or something like that, but it is not enough. Yeah. So this one is the access token. I have to save it as an access token here, so I can use it later. Oh. Okay. Yep. Yeah, sorry for confusion. Let's go from the start. I'm having the token here. I don't know why it's not going automatically. And in order to get the list of available tokens, of course, I have to put here the token. The token and do the request. So in this request, we will see, come on. Really? Why it's not copying? Okay, copied just a say. Okay, so let's try again. Come on. Yeah, sorry for this one. Let me stop the share. And I will be switching to my my account to make sure that those APIs are working. In your case, if you don't have a expired trial like in my case, everything should work smoothly. Okay, my apps. Yeah, we'll putting here some keys. These ones I cannot disclose, so stay with me till I change. Anyway, you will see them if you will pay attention. Okay. Okay, so if I'm authentic, let me resume. Okay, I'm authenticating. This one should go automatically to auth token. And this one should go to auth token. Finally. Okay, everything works now. So this is the list of engines that you have. So remember, I was telling you that there are a couple of engines, 3ds Max, Inventor, AutoCAD, but even those are not in just a single version, because 3ds Max, Inventor, AutoCAD, Inventor, they have multiple versions. So you can open a file of Revit like 2018 or something like that. You better use this one. And why is that? Because first of all, if you will open in Revit 2020, you will spend some time in order to convert it to the new version. And this is time consuming. So keep in mind that if you have old file, open it using the old engine. If you have a new file, better use the new engine, and so forth. So this is kept for consistency perspective, because if you develop right now for AutoCAD like 24, you can rest assured that at least for 3 versions, it will stay this way. And you can kind of count on that one. Now, another step is an element called activity. Well, activity, it's, in order to explain it, imagine that this is like a function. So function definition. You define a function, something like f(x) equals double x. Okay, so if you input x, you will get double x. When you are defining an activity, this is exactly the same thing. In a minute, we will define an activity, and you will understand that actually this is defined. Having this input and this kind of bundle give me this kind of output, and while running this script or something like that. And you already have a couple of defined kind of activities. So as you can see here, AutoCAD plot sheets, inventory logic volume, and different things like that. So this is basically already predefined activities. But the beauty of the design automation is that you can define your own activities. So in this case, if I'm going to the in 3ds Max context, and I want to, what I have here, get render list. So this is like something like, okay, I provide no input, but I want an output. Give me a list in form of text. What kind of renders are available for this kind of things? So you can do even in this way, no input. And here comes the most interesting thing, is that the structure of this body is the same, almost the same, be it Inventor, be it 3ds Max, be it Inventor or AutoCAD. What changes? So very simple. The ID is how we identify, kind of, you can define it as you wish. The command line, this is the one that is different. So command line for 3ds Max will use this line. The command line for, let's go to AutoCAD. Okay, create an activity. The command line here will be according to AutoCAD. And if we go to the Revit, create an activity, you'll see that the command line is using the Revit. Now, the rest, the parameters, it's very simple. We are defining something like, this is basically a sort of a name, but you see the name is used in argument. But the parameters, we say something like, okay, this is a parameter. And what it is, it's a get. It means that this file should be will be a get request basically from the instance. So technically it's an input. So what should be get? And a put. So what should be basically the result of this thing. So no matter it's AutoCAD, it's a kind of 3ds Max, Inventor, or something like that. In parameters, you can specify the input files by saying that it's a get one, and output files. If there are multiple output files, there is no problem. It could be a zip. So there is a flag saying that it's an archive. I think I have an example here somewhere when I'm creating multiple things, but documentation covers it. There is no problem. Now, another part is the engine. So you see, it's basically I'm specifying what kind of engine I'm using. And this is important not only because the engine should relate to command line, but also because of the version. So what kind of version of this engine you want. And here you specify the app bundles. We'll talk later into this one, but this is basically the plugins that you want to use or to have. And the script to run. So this is the script that should be run based on this one. If I'm going to 3ds Max, create an activity, you will see that script is like quite big. And this is because in this script, I can put the even the I would say the Max script itself, Max script itself. And this could be kind of a huge list, or it could be also an input. We'll see later that one. Okay, so just to recapitulate without jumping and changing the windows, you have engines. These engines are very important in activity. Activity is like a function definition. In this case, I have just an output. So whatever it is just an output. I can have multiple outputs, a single multiple inputs, and a single output, which could be archive. And this is basically a function definition. So what I can insert here, what should be executed on these inputs, and what should be output. In this case, it's just output, something like opening the instance, run this script, and then kind of creating an output. And that's it. So this is a function definition. An activity is basically a function definition. Now, when you are doing a work or requesting a work, you basically are doing a function call. So you see the activity is this one, the activity ID. I am saying execute this function or this activity. And these are the arguments. And the arguments are the one that should match the one that I specified here as a parameters. Okay, what it should be expected. Let's go to AutoCAD. AutoCAD, I am creating an activity. I'm putting here an input and output. And when I'm doing the work, I'm sending the work item. In the body, I'm specifying the activity, and the arguments, I'm putting the file and output file URL. And this is basically it. So the main idea here is something like you define a function call and you send the work item. Now, the beauty of the design automation is, let's say in this context of available renders, I'm defining just one kind of one activity, but let's say like this one, render a scene, just render a scene. I'm creating an activity where actually I'm saying something like, oh, okay, as an input, I have the input file, the file itself. I have a script instead of writing that script things. And in command line, I'm just using this kind of the input and the script files. And the result should be an output. So I define this function call with 2 inputs and 1 output. And in work item, I'm calling it having this input and having this output. Now, the beauty of this one is that I send it this work item. It's like fire and forget. And in parallel, I can send like 1,000 of them. So it means that I have 1,000 of max files. I can send, create a separate work item for each one, send them, and wait just for the output. And this is where I was telling you about the callback URL, is that you can just kind of wait for the result to be kind of ready, or you can even specify a callback to be notified when the result is done. So you see, in this case, is basically you are defining an activity as a function, but function call could be multiple, and you are leveraging the power of the cloud, because you can send multiple things. And in its essence, this is the design automation. This is how you are processing these things. And it could sound complicated, but along the code, once you do everything and put it in the code, everything will be smooth and nice. Okay, so, I finished my train of thoughts, and I have here a couple of questions. So, can an activity name map to engine version? Say Revit, I have 2 bundle zip, one for 2019 and one for 2021. Can it be done programmatically? Okay, let me thought about this one again. An activity map to engine version. Yes, and for this reason, there is one thing important. So if I'm going to get the list of activities, well, one thing that is kind of confusing, but it makes sense, is when you are creating an activity and you will get a list of, you will create this thing, let's say that it was created. Yeah, it was created. I specified it like get render list, but this is not enough. I have to create an alias. And what it does, this one, is basically allows you to make a distinction between different activities. So if I'm putting here, I cannot see it because it's paginated. Okay. What it does is basically allows you to embed into this alias the kind of the version for each it is. So it means that I can create an activity that use 2021. And I'm putting this one, but I'm getting an alias for 2021. And I can get another activity and change the alias. Technically, it's the very same activity, but due it to alias, I can make distinction between them and change them in parallel, if this answers the questions. The map between engine and the activity name, I'm not sure that I'm trying to kind of think what you mean maybe else from this one. So let's say this one, you see, inventor is the engine. Change params 2019. Automatically in this name, I already see for each engine of inventor, it's available, and it's prod. So technically this is an alias, and this is like the name of activity. So in name of activity, I embed the version. Why, for instance, for 2019 might not work 2020 is because especially when you are using the bundles. So from my experience, I designed for 3ds Max an activity, and I use a certain bundle. For 2020, so it was designed for 2019. When I run it on 2020, it was not working because the bundle was not having a required field. So the bundle definition, in a minute I will look into it, where is the page, because it's important. A bundle has a certain structure. We will look into it later. And this structure requires different fields, something like, okay, this one will run from this version to this version. Or this one is like, this is the path to dependencies or something like that. And each time the fields for this bundle might change from year to year. Something like something that was optional before might become required now. For instance, the field that was before is like UUID, unique number identifier, was something like optional. And because it became mandatory next year, my activity was not working because I was relying on that bundle. So in this activity, we didn't cover yet the bundle, but you have to specify also the app bundles. So these app bundles are the ones that could kind of not be matched with the engine. So I hope that I answered this question. If not, please rephrase, ask it again. Yeah, you have to create 2 bundles for Revit. That's true, because it depends on what version it is, and yeah, it's more than that. It's like what kind of you can create a bundle that has all the code that you need for all the activities that you need, but it will be a heavy bundle. Or you can create a small bundles, and for each activity you will just add the bundle with subset functionality. Okay, say my activity 2019 for engine 20, my activity 21 for engine 20. Yes, as I said, the activity could fail with new engine because of mainly of the app bundle. So you have to keep this in mind. 2019 is activity alias, right? Not really. So again, if we go to this one list of available activities, you will see that AutoCAD, or let's say like how I'm invoking it. So you see, this is my name. This is the name of the alias. And this is the name of activity. And this is the alias. So this alias could be like 2019, no problem. But usually, as you can see here, usually in the name of the activity, you specify the kind of the version. Because in alias, it could be prod test, it could be different and kind of latest and changed and different things like that. Well, this one will stay no matter what is the alias. Okay. Yeah, so you confirm that you had to create two bundles for Revit. Yeah, that's true. Okay, going back to this one. What is next? Your turn. So what we did is like we look at the Forge account and Forge application. Development runtime and editor. I didn't cover that one, but if you have questions, I'm here kind of for you to answer, and we can even go like one-to-one if needed. And grok. So for these kind of things, I would rather like for you to explore by yourself, but I will be briefly covering the next session, kind of what you need, how it should look like, and if it doesn't, let me know and I will help you with that. And as I said, the next session is in, well, it's like in 1 hour, right? Almost. In next session, we will be creating the best basic server and the API. So we will be jumping into the code. I will try to keep it kind of, I will try to keep it the code along with what really happens on the server. So instead of just navigating through the code, I will try to show you the correspondence from the calls. So it means that, okay, here it is the code. This is the step what I was showing you in the kind of in the Postman. So you are on this step. In case of app UI, it's mostly that it's like HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So yeah, we can look into it, but this is not the scope. The scope is mostly kind of to elevate the backend. However, I can help you with the front end. No problems. I will be here all this time waiting for your questions. So if you have questions, please kind of ask them. I will try to answer right away, but also I will recapitulate all the kind of important questions at the beginning of the next session. So that's it for now. I hope this first part you found useful, and see you in the next session. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I see that there are new people joining. Let's wait a minute or two. Okay. Okay, so any questions so far? Then should not be, because it's not a big deal. You have to create a new 4G app or reuse the one from the previous sessions. I always recommend to create a new app because, again, separation of concerns, sandboxing everything. If one application fails, something is leaking, you're not compromising the others. So for each task, for each application, create a new Forge app. I don't think there is a limit for number of Forge apps, so use this feature. By now, you should have a Forge app, so credentials, ngrok installed, and Visual Studio Code. I hope everyone is already kind of on page with this one. And in what follows in this session, we are going to go with the brief Node.js project, create some configuration, create some kind of UI and something like that. So basically, we are preparing the application for that one, for to build that application that I showed in previous part. Again, it's not a big deal. It's a lot of code. I will try to go step by step for each line by covering each line, but keep in mind that I will be copy pasting the code just for brevity and then kind of traverse the code. In your case, I always recommend to input by yourself, because even failure of inputting the right text could raise some errors that might be problematic right now, but it's a very good experience. And later, if you will face exactly the same error, you automatically will kind of have a hint where it happened, what it goes, and things like that. So let's go right to demo. For this reason, we have to have the Visual Studio Code installed. So in your case, it should already been installed without any problems. And yeah, let me briefly pause just the share so I can put it in the right folder. I don't like to disclose the structure of my folder. Okay. But in your case, it could be anywhere. Anyway, you will notice the path later. It is not a problem. So Forge tutorial, something like that. Okay, let me resume a share. So you can see I created a folder, Forge tutorial. This is where we are going to put all our files. So I'm basically creating a sort of a new Visual Studio Code project. Now, let's let us make clear from the start that I'm not adding something new. I'm just following the path from the Learn Forge with a more explanation. So if I bring up the page here, you'll see that in this modify your models, the aim is to build this application, as I said, and the very first step is just to create a server. In this case, the server is more or less, how to say, a static server file with some kind of work around the authentication. You will see later. But the main important thing here is ngrok. So why we would need ngrok? So remember, I was telling you that our server should get files from somewhere and should put the results somewhere. Okay. In this case, we're using the ngrok in order to simulate that one. So just kind of to illustrate a bit. So let me put a terminal here just to illustrate for you. Okay. So imagine, So imagine we have this kind of creating a folder. So we created Forge tutorial. Let's go Forge tutorial. Okay. And imagine here we have something like, I don't know, index.html. Okay. And in this HTML, we have the file and everything and all the logic. But let's say in this case, this is just an example. Okay. And I have this. Oh, sorry. This is just an example. I'm putting in the index.html. Okay. And now I have kind of this text. So HTML allows just a plain text without any problem. And now I want to serve this file. If I'm just putting a local server, something like, let's put Python 3 HTTP server and put it on port 8888, something like that. Okay. So what will happen is I will be serving a server on this port. And this is on localhost, so it means that only I'm reaching this. Okay, I have a question from Lucas. Am I sharing anything? Okay. Yes, I'm sharing. I hope you can see it now. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so raise your hands if you can see my screen. Okay, yeah, good. Okay, so I'm creating here just in the folder an index.html. And I'm starting the server. So if I'm opening the browser right now, going to localhost 8000, it was 880. Yeah, this is the web page that you can see. Okay, now the cool thing with ngrok is that this local command D, this local file that you can see it here, you basically can localhost. You can serve it elsewhere, so kind of outside. So ngrok HTTP and the port is 8080, right? 8080. Okay. Okay. I think I know what's the problem with sharing. Okay. Now I see what's the problem with sharing, but it doesn't matter. Okay. So going back to this one, you can see that. Let me repeat this thing. So I'm putting the ngrok HTTP 8080. So 8080 is exactly the same thing as put here. Okay. And I will be given an external address. So basically this one will create a tunnel. So what it means that I will basically take this thing, put it here, and I can access it. So if you want, just for fun, I will put it in the chat for everyone. Everyone can click and see my page. And now I can go to this page, change it, and along the way kind of enrich and everything. And it will be available to everyone as long as the ngrok is working. So ngrok is basically creating you an external address for localhost. Oh, yeah, it's actually a tunneling. It's more than that. And we will be using that because remember I was telling you when looking at the Postman, when creating a work item, you have to specify something like input file path and kind of output file path and different things like that. This is basically done localhost. So it means that you are doing this locally. And instead of putting on the server somewhere or something like that, we will be using our own computer in order to serve everything. And this will be valid for uploading the bundle files and everything. Yeah. So I hope this is clear with kind of ngrok why it is needed. But let us go back to kind of to our page. Yeah, we don't need that one. I hope you installed it already. Yeah, let me create a server, this one. So once the ngrok is installed, you have to do this kind of thing and save this address. And this is important because we will be using this in configuration file. Remember, our application is using ngrok, so I will keep it running. This one I can kill the server. There is no problem, and even delete that one, but later, and different things like that. Anyway, everything is open in this Visual Studio Code. Yeah, as I told you, I can enrich it. And our next step is kind of to create this server file. And basically, it's a Node.js project, npm init, install a bunch of things and things like that. Express, this is basically the server that you need. Malter, I think it's multiplex. Cookie session, okay, cookie session. Forge APIs and Autodesk Forge design automation. This API written by us. Body parser, form data, and socket IO. Well, this is for sockets and WebSockets and so forth. So technically, what you have to do, let's put it line by line so you can see in what kind of problem you can run into. npm install init. Okay, and this will ask you a bunch of questions, something like how it called, description, entry point, and blah, blah, blah. I usually put it yes, everything, and that's it. It will create you a package JSON. So this is the, you might say, your configuration file for the project, if you can say so. And here you have a bunch of npm installs. I have no idea if it will work if I just copy paste, but let me quickly see. Yeah, it works. I was thinking that it will need an ampersand or something like this, but and as you can see, it will populate your package JSON with all dependencies. Since we are not specifying the version, it will take the latest one. Since we're specifying the save flag, it will save in this kind of file itself. Okay, and this is basically it. It kind of looks the same as in our case. Of course, the versions could differ because everything is more or less updated each time. Yeah, so our project should look like this. It actually specified some kind of folders. The folders will be the roots or routes, if you want so. And public. The public will contain the source for the UI. So it's basically what will be statically served. And here it is. Your project structure is the following: public, routes, and package JSON. This one we can already delete it. It is not important for us. Okay, move to trash. And here it is. Okay. Here we have to configure a launch JSON. So what it means, it basically means that we have to specify a starting points or something like that. This is not really necessary because you can use the command line in order to just call npm run or something like that. But to be easy for debugging in context of Visual Studio Code, we have to specify this one. So it will be run, add configuration, and out of the configuration, what we need is Node.js, and we automatically will be given this kind of thing. And launch, let's put it something like my program, just to make distinction from something. And we will be needing something more here. And this is the credentials. As you can see, the environment. And the webhook URL. So remember, when we started the ngrok, we had this kind of URL. In my case, I will be putting it here, and you can consider it done. But also you have to put this client ID and client secret. Remember, I was telling you that we will be using that Forge application that you created, the credential, in order to start to make the queries. Okay, and having all this, it's basically done. And what gives it to us, this one? No, this it's okay. It allows us to kind of to start the program. You see, in this case, yeah, why doesn't like this one? Because of the comma. Okay, so we have this one, and basically when launching, we can say something like launch my program. Of course, it will fail because we have nothing yet, but at least you already have in this list the configuration. And remember, you can do here or put here a lot of configurations. Yeah, the program, where is program? The file. Well, the program should be the workspace and start. Just kind of show the entry point. Okay, and you can have multiple configurations here. You want to maybe have multiple starts, one with some parameters and other parameters, or you want to test on different client ID and client secrets, different things. So this is the way to go in order to kind of have, instead of each time changing the code and changing the lines, you just kind of can change here the configurations. Okay, going to the kind of project, you see here that the program wants to start something using or run start.js. So it means that we will need that start.js. And as name it says, it will just start the kind of the file. Let me just copy, paste, and I will explain you line by line. Again, I reinforce that I will be annoying when I will say write it kind of by hand, but this is way to go. And we will go from the start. So it means that it will require some other file, okay, the server. We will be writing it in a minute. Socket.io is basically the part responsible for WebSockets. And here we are starting basically the app on the specified port. The important thing also here is that if this port is busy by another application, or sometimes you can start the application and instead of stopping it, you are changing and starting again and different things like that. Especially if you are doing this in command line, you can basically clash. So it means that you will receive this message, it's already in use, and you know, okay, my application was not stopped from the previous thing. So it's very good thing to have. And as it say, we require sockets, IO, and server. So let's create it. Server, JS, and socket. Socket, I don't remember the name, but let's put it just socket for now. What is the start? Socket.io. Socket.io. Okay. Rename socket.io and .js, I assume. Okay, so the server JS. Again, I will just copy it. And we go line by line. Again, path, express, cookies are basically just libraries that we will be using. Config is another file from which it will require or will drag the config things. And we can see that in config, it's actually reading the client ID and client secret. So if this is not available, you will be giving an error, missing port client ID, client secret. Okay. We are creating an Express app. So this is like classic. Use Express statics. We are serving as a static files from the public. So everything that it will be in this folder. Cookie sessions. This is like cookie related things. So it's not kind of, yeah, you can follow, just copy paste this thing. This is more for session things. If I'm not mistaken, this application is just one page, so I'm not really seeing the reason for it, but I haven't tried without it, so just keep it like that. This is like different protection limits to not exceed 50 megabytes and so forth. And here is the important thing is the port that we will be using. So if we are not specifying anything in the environment, it will use the 3000. So if we go into launch you have the environment. We are not specifying any port, but if you want to change the port, this is the way to go. Not change in the file itself here, but in launch configuration, because it will be more flexible. But this one, by the way, also works if the environment variable you're just putting like set port and something like 8080 or something like that. Anyway, if you're not specifying, it will just use the default 3000. And what it does, it uses API routes design automation. Okay, so in these routes, we will write the logic for the design automation. Okay, in sockets.io, again, I will paste and explain. This is more or less configuration, if I can say so, for WebSockets. Well, actually, it's not for WebSockets. I see here it's HTTP. It's more or less something you can consider it as a facilitator for HTTP requests. And you see, in case you are connected, he'll give you a message. In case it's disconnected, yet another message and everything. Well, yeah, well, actually, it's more for WebSocket. No, it's HTTP. So anyway, this is more like a facilitator. Technically, you can use it without it. It's not super required, but again, using libraries like Socket.io facilitates a lot of kind of boilerplate code, if you want to say so. So as you will see here, is more like keeping track of how many clients are on kind of using the app right now. If you are using on localhost, it's not a big deal, but later, if I will share it through, for example, ngrok, you will be able to access it, and then you will be able kind of you will see the reason for this one. I will see that, okay, a new client is connected, is doing some work. Well, this is more in logs. Anyway, so this one stays as is. There is no much here to change. And I cannot say that this one is super critical. Okay, and in config.js, this is the one, the most kind of important, I may say so. Because no matter what your code is writing, if you are failing here, you automatically, your application will fail. So basically, the credential is the one gathering from my environment variables, all the variables, you see, including the forge, well, actually the forge callback, forge webhook URL. Yeah, in this case, we're not using the callback. Remember when creating an app, I was telling you about the callback URL. Since we are not using here the 3-legged authentication, but rather 2-legged authentication, this callback URL is not useful. So you can even, ignore this line. I will not delete it. But it's kind of not useful here. Okay, here we have the scopes of the token. Technically, you don't need the bucket create, read, delete, data read, data create, data write, or something like that. You need only the code all. And why is that? Because this one is more related to things if you want to link everything with data management API. So for instance, you want to use the buckets in order to store the inputs and create a self-signed URN and send it to the design automation, or you want to specify that, okay, here is a bucket for and reserved for outputs, so everything put here. In this case, you would need, because you will be creating buckets, you will be creating self-signed URNs and reading from it and so forth. But for design automation, the scope that you need is code all. Okay, let me look if I, for instance, if I'm looking at this one, yeah, usually I also put everything, but it's not a good thing. it's better to put only the things that you need. Okay, and this public viewables read, this scope is needed when you want to visualize in the viewer the model that you uploaded or something like that. It will be translated, it will be converted and everything. But in order to visualize something translated with the model derivative, you will need a viewable read one. So this is a very good example. Don't put the data read, because the token that is used here could be reused elsewhere, and the token itself could be captured. Okay, the client, circuit breaker, threshold, retry, and different things. This is more like organizational things, something like number of retries, the delay, and so forth. So this is like config file for the application itself. And that's it for the backend one. Oh no, yeah, my bad. It's not everything. So remember, we need authentication. So if we specify client ID and client secret, this is not enough. We have to use this client ID and client secret in order to request the token, having the scopes in config. So this one is put in common because it's useful everywhere. In this case, it's just two-leg authentication. So anywhere that you need a two-leg authentication, you can reuse this file without any problems. You see, it's something like get client, get token, and different things like that. So it's kind of reusable. It stays in routes, common, auth. Oh, okay. Routes, common, and here we have a file. Yes. Yep. Okay. And here it is. What it does. It uses 4G APIs, a library about this is the library responsible for facilitating all the requests. So in this case, you see, we're just doing authenticate client, providing client ID, client secret, the scopes that we need, or something that is internal. And this one will be kind of ready, and we cache the keys to be reusable. Otherwise, for each request, we have to kind of each time to require yet another token request, and so forth. So this one is more or less specifying or facilitating you to get the necessary tokens for each request, and basically caching it for further reuse. Okay, yeah, as you can see here, the tokens are auto-refreshed, keeping clients in the simple cache. Okay, so it's not a big deal. As I said, this is the reusable code, and it's very, very kind of important, because without identification and proper token, you cannot do the rest. Well, as you can see, everything here is important. Okay, so with authentication, we finished. As we can compare our project, we kind of have the same structure. Let me check, put it side by side and see it. This one is my thing. Come on. Yeah. Okay, we have VS Code. Well, this is not important. And goes node modules, public, routes, authentication, configurations, and everything like that. So basically, the backend is ready. Well, except the design automation one. But before proceeding this one with design automation, we will go with it in the next session. For us now to continue, we will have to have a basic UI. So as I said before, this more is HTML and JavaScript. So it's not a big deal. Index HTML will be in public. Okay. HTML. Okay. and it will be as such. Technically, we can run it right away and will not fail. I will do again my trick with public. Yeah. Server 080. Okay, and you still can use the link from chat to go to this one and see why it is not working. Okay, so it was not saved. It was saved. Okay, why it is not served? Served. Okay, where is this one? Let me check this one. Localhost. Yeah, localhost works. Why this one is not working? I don't remember which port I used in order to do this one. Yeah, so let me put this way, 8080. Yeah, well, it's not working. Okay, so if I'm putting this way, yay, now it works. Okay, so let me put in the chat for your fun. The new ungrok, and you should see it. And this is basically a easy way to understand kind of the structure of the UI. I like to go this way and look at like, okay, so what I'm using here, kind of the structure of the navbar, the containers, the fluid, and everything like that, and so forth. So nothing fancy here. As you can see, it uses Bootstrap. So everything here is just components of the Bootstrap. The most important thing here is that it will rely on Forge Design Automation JS. And this is the one very interesting to us. Okay, so it will be public. Yeah, let me see what documentation says. Oh, this one. Okay, so it says for design automation. Yeah, it's in public JS. Okay, so I have a folder JS, and this one is the name of the file. Okay, again, I will copy. And again, for you, you have to type it by your hand, kind of to understand everything, why each line is needed, where you could do mistakes and things like that. Okay, this part cannot be seen without the UI itself for you to understand. So what is the purpose of our kind of application? The purpose of our application is to have two parameters, okay, something like in this case, width and height. The input file, so it will be an input file, an activity, and you see there is no activity yet. But beside that one, we will have yet another part which will be responsible for creating app bundles. So in this one, we will be requirement like, okay, what engine we have, what is the local app bundle, and different things like that. For now, we don't have anything because nothing is running. We are serving just an HTML page without any backend support. And this is why nothing here is populated. But our purpose is to link the front end with the backend. And well, actually, the Forge Design Automation JS is the file which will be responsible for this kind of link. And what it does, it is actually kind of setting this thing. Okay, so in this case, let me put let me put it from a good entry point. Okay, the very first thing is this window. So this window will output the logs. What happens in design automation when you are doing something on the machine? The machine writes a log for you, and you could subscribe to this log and be informed basically line by line what kind of output it gives. And this part is basically responsible for this one of writing log. And if I'm not mistaken, this one is exactly why we need that socket IO, because we need to populate this one in basically real time. The moment we get some kind of some text, we have to display and populate it here. So this write log is responsible for this one, for this part. Okay, start connection, end connection is, as it say, the name is exactly, again, it's establishing the connection of the front end with the back end, so it can receive the kind of real-time information about this one, basically the output. When actually as an illustration, you can see it on, we don't need this one. On that image, the modifier, you can see here, after you have some inputs, choose file and different things like that, and you specify the work activity and start, you will be receiving here sort of the outputs, or kind of the log. The connection part and the write log is the one responsible for this one. The connection, in order to establish connection with the backend, our backend, and the write log is for writing the log. Start work item. So this is exactly the part when you actually just, press the button start work item, what happens. And here you have the input field file. So basically it's the file. The activity should already be selected. You have the new form. It basically aggregates everything from the form data, including the input file. And it sends it to kind of the backend for as a work item with all this content. So this one is basically aggregating everything that we inputted so far and send it to the backend. Okay, so we have this start work item, write logs, the connection. Okay, create activity. So this one is basically responsible for no. Okay, so in this case, it's just again the activity we already the activity we have already created, and it's just illustrates the lists and show which one will be done. Okay, we will go back to this one when we will link it to the backend, and then we will match this one with the backend. Okay, and the create a bundle is exactly this dialog. So you are creating, select local app bundle, select the engine. By the way, you see the app bundle, when creating a bundle, you have to select the engine. This was kind of answer to the previous question. When you are creating an app bundle, where it is, yeah, now list, create an app bundle. You have to specify the ID, but also you have to specify the engine for which this app bundle will work. So this is kind of answer to the previous question. If we can link activity with the engine, something like that. Well, if activity has an app bundle, automatically that app bundle dictates to with which engine it will work. Okay, so this part is responsible for creation of app bundles. In this demo, I mean in this application, the list of app bundles will be taken from the bundles folder. So in the bundle folder, we will put everything, and it will automatically kind of read that folder and populate our list. The engine will be populated based on the request, of course, as we did in the first section when we were querying for the list of available engines. It will be done exactly the same thing. Okay. It will do exactly the same things, so you can basically select the engine that you need. Okay. This is the create app bundle. Yeah, and create bundle activity is kind of merging, as you can say, so defining a bundle activity for specify engines and activity that you choose from that list. Okay. Yeah, this one is sort of a logout. If you want kind of to clear everything, you will need this one, by the way, for a very important reason. This is like apprentices. So imagine that you create app bundles. You created kind of activities or something like that. If you don't set your nickname, then when listing, for instance, if I'm listing here the app bundles, you will see that I will, in the official one, you have the inventor dot and your app bundle activity. In Revit or something like that. And here is very, very ugly kind of thing here, only because, well, basically you haven't set up a nickname. So it went by default, I think, with the client ID. And this is why you can have kind of to set up the nickname. And you basically have to do a request. However, the problem is that if I have anything, well, Denix, let's put it Denix 2. Okay. If I already have some resources, so some defined app bundles, so some defined not work items, activities or something like that, it will not allow you. You will say like you already have resources, we cannot rename that. So in order to be able to set up your nickname, you should have no resources. So like now, if you are fresh with design automation, you have nothing. The very first thing that I would suggest to do is basically call a nickname and set up a nickname for name that you need, that you want. Otherwise, you will end up with this kind of ugly auto-generated name. And when listing the bundles, when listing the activities and something like that, yeah, get list of available activities, it will be, you see, it will be basically kind of in ugly form. And in order to rename, you have to delete everything. And this is where actually this application allows you to do that, the clear account, to delete everything. So you will be able to kind of define your own nickname. But you can do it very easy with the curl command. If you want, just kind of take this one, put it here, and that's it. Oh, no, wait a minute. The nickname, yeah, in the curl, it will be something like this one. So if you want me to give you any kind of even easier form, come on. yeah, plus put here a token as a environment variable, and here you put your name. So you basically have to take a token, get a token, and put this in your command line, and it will change it, but don't change it to Denix2. Change it to anything that you want. If you want, I can put it right here just for your reference. Okay, so this is the very first thing that I suggest you to do. Otherwise, you will end up with something like a creepy name. Okay, going back to our thing. Yeah, let's save it. The clear account is the one that actually is doing that. Well, it's actually clearing you for you, so you can basically rename it if you need. Okay, and this one is about the listing. Yeah. This kind of function list is the one responsible for listing everything that as here. Like, it will take the bundle folder, look at the content, and create a list. This will create a list of engine and different things. Here it will create a list of activities when we will do that, and so forth. So it's a function used kind of basically everywhere around. And that's it for now, I think. Yeah, if we look at the tutorial track, this one, we created a server, we set up the basic UI, and yeah, and we should have this this structure. In the next step, we'll prepare a plugin. We are going to dissect the app bundle to see how what it kind of looks like inside, and where you should change in order to adjust it by yourself. Create an app bundle, and we'll define an activity and something like that. If I'm not mistaken, right now you can already run the code. So let me just run it. Okay, so because it doesn't have the routes design automation. Okay, so the routes design automation is the one that we will be defining later. Yeah, because this one is the link to our front end. Yeah, let me go back to the slides. Okay, put it this way. Okay, and yeah, now it's your turn. Initialize a new npm project, install dependencies, create a new launcher with VS Code, prepare a configuration file, create a basic Express server, create router for authentication endpoints, and set up basic UI. As I showed you here, unfortunately, it's not runnable yet because we are missing some parts there, but try to kind of to put it by hand, because when running, you will run up into many problems. And this is the way of learning, is to understand those problems and kind of to not repeat them. See you in about 1 hour. As usually, I will be here to wait for your questions. Don't hesitate to ask, even if you have kind of problems with the ngrok install configuration or something like that. VS Code install the configuration launch and so forth. Any files. If you have some questions regarding some code that you type, why is this way or that way, also address me, because I kind of looked line by line, but I might miss something. And yes, that's it. Good luck with this step. Okay, so let's give a minute or two, because I see new people joined. That's good. I hope it will be interesting for you. And thank you for those who stayed so far. Okay. So far, I had only one question about the app bundle, but this is the topic for the next session, so I'll try to cover that question. Are there any questions left from the previous section? No, I hope not. It's like more or less clear. And for this topic, we are going to prepare the plugin and create an app bundle. So it looks pretty simple, but you will see that it's a lot of work involved. A lot of work only because we try to capture different scenarios. We also dissect a bundle kind of to explain what it is. So one of the questions was about the bundle structure itself. I will cover that too. In what follows, I think, yeah, we are good to go. And we will start again with kind of the bundle itself. But before that, I want just to recapitulate the workflow in case of a design automation. So a very simple one, let me put it kind of put it here, and you will see a very simple workflow that doesn't involve the bundle is the following. So authenticate to take the kind of to get the token. List available engines and activities. This is not mandatory. You have to create an activity, and then you have to create an alias for that activity. So remember, I was telling you about the activity is a function, is like a function definition. So something like, in this case, get render. So something like do that. And it could require some input and generate output, or it could be without any input and still generate an output, because this is what we are interested in basically outputs. But the activity itself defines the how to say what we should do with input, or what the machine should do with input, and where to put, what kind of output to generate. Not where to put, but what kind of output to generate. And the work item by itself is sort of a function call. So we are calling that function, giving parameters, and basically within the parameters, we also specify where to put the results. Now, when it comes to bundles, this is an extra step. So if activity is function definition, a bundle could be considered as a sort of external library. So within, let's say in 3ds Max or Revit or Inventor or AutoCAD, we basically can use the API that already exists within the product. Of course, we have to limit to one that doesn't require any inputs, but we can use that one. Out of all these engines, the richest one is the 3ds Max, because it allows you to write in Python, in C#, in C++, MaxScript or something like that. But the others also not limited, have kind of the specifics. But anyway, you have an API that you can basically call from without any bundles or something like that. However, the bundles itself is like the analogy of a library. So the bundles could have a set of functions that we facilitate, or basically maybe even the local API. Instead of writing everything in the scripts, you create a bundle so you can reuse them, because the bundles can be within multiple activities. So think of bundles as a sort of a library. Now, the steps of creating a bundle, let me find one that actually uses a bundle, is quite interesting, because it involves some, yeah. Okay, So let me authenticate so I can show you in real. If I'm listing the bundles, you will see that it will follow exactly the same structure. So this is my basically ID. Remember the previous section I told you how you can change this ID. This is the bundle name, and this is an alias. Alias is needed if you have kind of different things like dev, test, prod, or something like this. Alias allows you to basically change these kind of things, and yeah, you can say like hot changing the bundles if you want so. And when creating a bundle, what it requires the minimum is the engine, for which engine it is used, and some ID. So the ID that we could reference later. And after you create an app bundle, you will receive something like, yeah, let me prettify it, make it pretty. Hey, come on, it's not pretty enough, but it will basically give you a lot of, well, I cannot say not interesting, but very useful information. And what it does actually, what it does is sort of pre-allocates a space on this S3 instance. So we see it's like des prod S3 Amazon instance, and creates you a self-signed URL. And this self-signed URL you are using later in order to upload your bundle. So when you are creating an app bundle, well, of course, you're creating an alias and everything, and you upload the bundle, you have to specify all these things like Amazon credential, algorithms, and everything that is came basically from this response request. Okay. So when you're uploading the body, you have to specify all these things and kind of specify your bundle file. Now, what is bundle itself? First of all, it has to be in form of a zip, an archive. And why is that? Because technically, let me show you how a bundle looks. Yeah, so a bundle, let me put it like this. And let me open the folder of bundles. Okay. Bundles. Okay. The bundle is recognized by macOS as being something, but actually it's just a folder with some extension. So this is content of the folder. As you can see here, it's something like this is a mandatory part. Well, the content is where you put the plugin. This is a very simple one. Let me look at one, a Revit one. Yeah, so if we show the package contents, we can see here again the package content XML and the bunch of DLLs that we need. The most important part of this one is the package content XML. So this format, having the package content XML and folder contents and different things like that, this is called a bundle format. And this package content XML is more or less, well, actually it's more, it's basically applicable to all the bundles for AutoCAD, Revit, Inventor, 3ds Max, what else is there, and has a certain structure. Let me open the page and I will show you in a minute an example. So for instance, in case of in case of AutoCAD, this would be the, let me put it okay in the center. Yeah, so in case of AutoCAD, this would be the kind of the help that shows you what are the fields required, recommended, optional, and everything within that XML file. And this package content XML is containing all the information regarding the kind of, you see, the maximum and minimum applicable version of the software. So it could be AutoCAD, Revit, or something like that. Type of software. What are the kind of the file path for libraries and different things like that, or DLLs or something like that. So it's pretty interesting. From this perspective, I would highly recommend for you to, if you are interested in understanding the bundle format, to have a look at a presentation of my colleague, Sergio Leon, where actually he has here kind of a presentation, a video, but also the very useful handout, which basically will go line by line, explain you different things and so forth. And the interesting part is that this bundle is not useful only within design automation kind of perspective, but it is also very useful in case of App Store. So if, for instance, you come up with some plugin, add-in, or depending on the product, and you feel that it's quite interesting and you can share or sell it or something like that, the App Store is the way to go. And this is where actually you will embed that plugin into this basically bundle format. So people can just kind of click and install it automatically. So in case of Revit, you can see that it is a very, very rich option, let's say like, I don't know, electrical design or something like that. And there are a lot of bundles here, paid, free trials and whatever. So the good thing about the bundle format within design automation is that it's exactly the same bundle format used within the App Store. In case of you are interested in this kind of presentation, as I told you, I will paste in the chat so you can bookmark if you're interested. But I highly recommend. It's kind of very, very, I would say, it's an anthology of everything related to a bundle cross distribution and so forth. Okay, now going back to our case, we are interested here in kind of understanding the bundles. So I already downloaded a couple of them just to illustrate to you. But as you can see, this is like minimum amount of information that you need. And remember, I was telling you that a bundle created for 2019 doesn't work 2020 or something like that, This is mainly because of some required fields. So in this very example, this one was working in 2018 up to 2021, 20, but in 21 is not working or was not working because I fixed it. And why is that? Because previously this one was optional and now it is mandatory. So you see, only because of these kind of things, this is the main problem of incompatibility, or it might require some new additional fields that before was optional. And as I told you, a bundle itself, we have to archive them in order to upload to design automation, because in its essence is just how to say, a folder with subfolders and some files. So for instance, this one is for AutoCAD, and you see the very same thing. Yeah, let's look, for instance, yeah, so it's AutoCAD, Windows format, and kind of that's it. So I see that it's basically universally available. This one is for Inventor. I see automatically that's for Inventor. This one for 3ds Max. I see it's platform, Series Min, Series Max. And for Revit, of course, again, minimum Revit and the maximum Revit. So you see, this kind of XML shows not only kind of the type of application, versions and everything, but also where is the content of everything. And within add-in, you can see here in contents, it's basically the add-in itself. Let me extend it. The Revit add-in itself, and you can see here the DLLs and things like that. So this is the main idea, is that you have to have your plugin as a bundle. And only after that, it could be useful within kind of design automation. And remember, the requirement is that this plugin should be kind of hands-free. So it means that no input required. And this way it will be executed. Otherwise, it will be like in a loop. Okay, so as I said, the steps are very simple. You are creating a bundle by specifying the engine that you want and the ID. You will get back a bunch of information regarding the self-signed URL on Amazon. You're creating an alias, and you using this kind of information in order to upload your bundle. Basically, you can ask for bundle details and see everything that is here, the engine, the ID, the version, and something like that, and also the package in case you want to download and check to see if it works. And basically that's it for creation of the bundle. It's not difficult. It just have to have a certain how to say a certain structure. So you have to follow these steps in order to do. Now, when you are creating the activity itself and you want to use the bundle, there is a specific place where it is. So you see here is like your nickname. This is the bundle ID, and this is the bundle alias. So it means that I'm creating this. Remember the analogy. I'm creating this function. I'm defining the function which will use 3ds Max 2020 version. It will use, or it will require a script file, an input file, and it will generate an output file. And when I'm going to execute this one, so for instance, the send work item, this is like a function call. So I'm specifying the script, the path to the script, the input file, and the output file. And basically, I'm executing this one. So again, activity is like function definition. Bundle is like a library. Work item is like a function call. Nothing kind of scary. And this is like introduction for the bundle and setting in context. Now let's go back to our case of writing this one. Yeah, let me close everything. Close others. Don't save. We change nothing. Okay, in this case, remember in previous steps we created basically the project structure. We created the UI. The UI is kind of an HTML and Forge Design Automation JS sort of, yeah, you can say it's a sort of a proxy. So it will manage the kind of the relation between backend and the HTML. Yeah, you can say so. Authentication, this is done kind of taking care of everything, and so forth. Okay, let me look at let me look at this one we can close, this one we can close. Yeah, this, remember we were looking like at UI. Okay. Again, remember I was telling you that the best way of looking at the UI is just hover and see which element is responsible for what. Okay, let's go back to the kind of the documentation itself. Okay, so we finished at the basic UI, and I explained you more or less what does everything. Now to prepare the plugin. For this session, we are not going to deep dive into plugin development, mainly because each product, Inventor, Revit, 3ds Max, AutoCAD, has its own approach of kind of developing add-in or plugin. So you can look into this kind of separately, but we can skim it into it and just kind of show you what I already explained to you. So I will take the Revit path just to explain, kind of to show everything. And here, of course, you will be using Visual Studio, actually, not Visual Studio Code, but I think you can use even Visual Studio Code and develop a Revit add-in. And this is the part that actually you is more the Revit specific and C# specific, how you can create a basic add-in and everything. For purpose of this session, everything will be provided to you. So all 4 of them, the add-ins, and you can kind of look at them separately. But note here about the structure of package content XML. So what is the version that it works for platform Revit, and basically the minimum things requirement. And this is like the structure of the add-in itself. And this is mostly the kind of the path of developing an add-in. For AutoCAD, Inventor, and 3ds Max, this is more or less kind of the same. Of course, you have to use specific API and specific setup and different things like that. What we are interested in the next step. So upload app bundle. Remember, I was telling you through Postman how actually the app bundle is kind of uploaded. So you have this first step. You are creating the app bundle. Then you are getting back this bunch of information from Amazon. And then you are using this bunch of information in order to kind of to upload the file. But in between, you have to also specify kind of the alias of this one. And this is how you're doing. And in what follows, we are basically going to cover how to do this in code. And this is the purpose of this session. As usually, remember I was telling you that I will be copy pasting code and to explain you line by line what it is, but you should try kind of to write by yourself and see kind of running different information. The other day, instead of design information, I had the typo here and it was crashing. Oh, actually it was not starting. And you see, even these kind of typos are very easy to identify, because next time when I saw the same error, I say, oh, okay, here it is go. Now I know the problem. To not do the same mistake, I will copy, read this way. So route and slash. So under route, not in common, but under routes, we have new file, this one. Okay, let me copy the content and explain you line by line what it does. And by the way, this file will allow us to make a linkage with this one. Remember, last time I was telling you that here you have some like clear account defining different things. This is just a sort of a handler in order to call these endpoints on the backend. And this is why you have to look this one in context with this one. So kind of understand on the front end, I'm calling this on backend, what happens on the backend right now. And the very first chunk of the code is not very, I would say, interesting, because it's basically defining a class util. So everything that we want to kind of to reuse and doing different things like, I don't know, we see it returns the directory where bundles are stored in local machines. So you see it expects a folder bundles. In this pose, I created a folder bundles where I put it all the bundles so I can explain you. So the very first step you should do is at the root of the project, create a bundle folder, and I will share with you later the path to these bundles. And basically, you see, this is like showing you the local this one is just, remember the nickname, will prefix the bundles and activities with the nickname, and so forth. Creating aliases. Again, the very same thing that I showed you. In this case, you see by default, it's put dev. Search files and folders with filters. This is like making distinction between the files and folders. Remember, when we are creating the bundles, or when we are uploading the bundles, we're not interested in folders, we're interested in files of type zip, because it should be archived. And this is an example, or actually this is used. Create a new DAV client and everything. This is basically using the library in order to create kind of design automation client. Design automation client by itself is just facilitate you instead of going and doing what I showed you in Postman by hand each thing. So remember, for instance, in Node.js, we can put it like this one. You have to do all the calls. Well, you can ignore the kind of the token here, but for each calls you have to do that one in order to not be repetitive. Everything is abstracted into something like that, and you are just calling something like get or create activity or something like that. And you see we are instantiating here an instance, creating an instance of Autodesk for Design Automation API and specifying the API client. And the API client is the one that actually should be responsible of getting everything like credentials, client ID, client secret, and things like that, and fetching the two-legged authentication. Okay, so this is the thing. Engines and attributes. So this one, as you can see, based on different engine, it will change the command line. This is exactly what I was telling you in the first session. The difference between when creating an activity, where it is activity, yeah, create an activity. The difference between this activity, which is for 3ds Max and command line and different things like that, and an AutoCAD activity or Revit activity or Inventor activity is just this line, and of course specifying the engine. So for each engine, this one will be different. Why? Because different engine will call in different way the kind of the application. If it's Revit, it will use Revit Core Console. If it's 3ds Max, it will be use 3ds Max Batch, and so forth. So this is the only change between kind of engines. And of course the script, if you are invoking something like that. So you see in this case, well, for 3ds Max, we are invoking this way. For AutoCAD this way, and so forth. So for Inventor and Revit, we are not invoking it at all. So this is basically changing this part for the engines when creating an activity. Form data and different things like that. This is more like, this is more like get the length of the form. Yeah, it's more formatting. Okay, and uploading the file. Remember, I was telling you again, when you are creating a work, creating an app bundle. Where it is, yeah. So creating an app bundle, you will get a bunch of kind of pre-allocated data by Amazon, including the self-signed URN and tokens, and also it, by the way, it has an expiration date and different things like that. And you're uploading the file. You have to specify, and you are kind of specifying those data that you received. This is a sort of a security part. And so this one is basically responsible for uploading the data with the file. Yeah, this is a bunch of kind of utility functions, as you can see. The second part is like the more important. It's about the app bundle itself. Because let me copy and again put it line by line. Okay. Yeah, now if I remember where I copied, yeah, it's here. Okay. This call is necessary if when we want to where is the app? No, it's not here. So is it still running? Okay, it's not running. But let me start it. Okay, it's not running. Let me start it. Okay, it's not running. 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 Okay, Okay, breakpoint and start. Okay, yeah, so it will be like that. So this is our application that we want to build. This is done. And when you go to configure, you have to see kind of the bundles. You want to select the engines, so you see. And also you have to basically get the list of activities. By the way, if I'm just going to Postman and list the activities, list available activities, you will see exactly the same thing here, the upload DG dev one. So you see, each time when you are creating an activity or bundle or whatever, you will automatically have this one with alias. And then you have to create another alias for this one. So this you can consider as a system one. And the dev is the one that you, in this case, it's dev, but the alias you have to specify. So if we go back to the code, the app bundles is the one that actually show the local bundles that you have. In this case, if I'm not mistaken, yes. In this case, if I'm not mistaken, it actually looks into this folder and just checks everything that has a kind of a zip folder, a zip extension. So in this, it's responsible for this very part. If we want to test it, we just kind of create another zip there and put it something like dummy, and we will see it in the list. Okay, now the engines is the one that is not looking at local kind of content of the folder, but it has to call the get available engines. So in order to populate this list, it has to do this call. Get available engines, this one. So this piece of code is basically doing that REST call that I showed you a second ago. Just kind of doing this call and populating a list. Yeah. So you see, since it's kind of using this API, utils, dev, and different things, you just get engine, call get engine, and something like that, and concatenates in the page. That's it. Okay. Define a new app bundle. Again, I will be repeating myself, but defining a new bundle, it's basically it's three steps actually. Let me again put it here. You are creating an app bundle by specifying the engine and ID. You are creating an alias for this app bundle. Okay. And you are basically uploading it, having the information that you got when you created the app bundle. Okay. So this part is responsible for this very thing. Basic input validation, standard name for these samples, check if the zip with bundle is here. So if it's available, get define app bundles in case this is like post validation after you uploaded how it is if it's in the list. Yeah, actually this is for clash control. So in case you are trying to redefine the very same or a bundle with very same name. Okay, and you are specifying here the bundle requirements. Remember, I told you that the engine and ID is necessary. Description is like sort of optional. New app versions, and that's it. So basically, you are doing in this piece of code. Yeah, in this piece of code, you are doing exactly what I was telling you in 3 steps. These 3 steps: create an app bundle, create an alias, and upload the bundle. Okay. Update alias to version +1 and upload the bundle. yeah, so this part is kind of quite long, but does exactly what I told you. Create a bundle. This is like create a placeholder, you may say so. This is why you get back the signed URN. Create an alias for that bundle, and basically you are uploading it. Okay, so the next step that we need, yeah, I showed you this one. So now we have taken care of this one, and we took care of this this list. Oh yeah, what it says, it's exactly here. And well, I think this is it for this part. But this is the most difficult part, if you want, because creating an activity and creating a work item, this is a piece of cake. What we did so far, if we look again at the UI itself, is linking kind of these two parts with these two parts, and this one we will cover the next step. Let me just quickly put in match this one. So let me save it with this one and make another round with it. Okay, I want to split it to the right. Okay, so remember, this one is the front end part, is the front end that actually do the links, I can say, with the back end. So yeah, you can say that it's not very nice that these two kind of have the same, almost the same name, but it's very useful when later you will have a bunch of files and you don't understand which one relates to which. And right here, you already see that it will require these endpoints: activities, engines, app bundles. Activities we didn't cover yet, but this is the routes responsible for this one. Is it here? Yeah. So you have the app bundles responsible for this one, engines, design automation bundles, and this is the post one. Okay, this is another thing. But as you can see, this is a link of front end to the back end. And where it is actually, yeah, you can see the activities we will cover in next step. The start work item also will cover in next step. And because these parts will be responsible for kind of listing the activities and starting the work items. Just an example to what it will do, something like, okay, I have here already something. Let's say for inventor, and I will put here Autodesk Inventor like 2020, and I will create. And you already can see here the log that is doing, defining a bundle activity and something like that. And you even can see it as a list of activities. What I'm showing you is on finished application. We will, I will go back to the application that we wrote right now. But as you can see right now, we covered how to create these things, list these things, how to list these things, and upon button kind of press, how actually it creates uploads the bundles, and it will create activity, and we will see this in kind of in next step. And as you remember, in this kind of the right log is the one responsible for the output. I think that's it for this part. It's already a lot. We did a demo time, right? Okay, so what do you have to do right now? you have this link. I will paste it in yeah. This is a list of bundles. I will paste it into chat so we can have it. What I suggest for you to do is try to dissect the one that you are interested. So if you are a Revit developer, just dissect the Revit one, see what it contains. As I told you, the most important part is the, of course, everything is important there, but the most important is understanding kind of this one if you're not familiar already with it. And keep in mind that the engine that it's specified here should be in the same range when you are specifying the engine in kind of in your call. So if you are creating, especially manually, an app bundle, you have to specify kind of the same engine. So it's 2020, and your app bundle actually within it will have like 2018, 2019. It will fail only because of that. Even if it's it works, it will be like a pre-verification. So you have to keep that in mind. So having this in app bundles, look at the logic for creating an app bundle. I would highly recommend you to just give a look at that handout from the presentation, because it explains you line by line each part, why it is needed, where it is needed, and so forth. It also, I think, has, at least for AutoCAD for sure, it has a reference in documentation where what is kind of what each field represents. But believe me, in case of AutoCAD, the information there is valid for all applications. So 3ds Max, Inventor, and something like that, because it's the same concept. And within an hour, I think, yeah, we will be meeting for final session. And this final session, we will define activity and kind of sending a work item. And as usually, I will try to do it like in Postman, show you line by line what it has to do, but it's very easy. And also kind of we will put in the code and we will run it. I hope it will not work, so I can debug in front of you what kind of problems you can have. But if it works, well, it will work. Don't worry if it's not working on your side. I'm here to help. Meantime, please send questions regarding what we passed so far. Even if it's not working, we can debug it later. I mean, after the next session, we can look at the code together and look what is wrong. Or worst case scenario, the final code could be downloaded. But I highly disagree with this approach. Try it by your hand. You have to feel the pain. That's it. Yeah, waiting for you in an hour. Okay, welcome back. And I still see new people joining even for the last session. So this is interesting. Anyway, let's give a minute or two. Maybe someone will return, because I see some people Just, yeah, I see still people joining. Okay. I didn't have any questions this session, so this is a bit worry for me. Either it was very well explained or kind of very confusing, so people cannot ask questions, but I hope it's the first one. And let's go to the next session. So in this session, we will cover creating an activity and executing a work item. Again, for those who are new, I see that some people joined, I never saw them before. I'm doing here an analogy between kind of programming and design automation workflow. So we have here in design automation workflow 3 concepts: activity, app bundle, and a work item. As I said, the analogy with programming is that activity by itself is just like function definition. We are specifying what we want to have as an input, what we have as an output, and basically like what to do this input in order to generate output. Same time, the work item is like function call. So it means that I have this function, and now I'm basically invoking in giving certain parameters. In this case, bunch of inputs and bunch of outputs. Okay, and in last session we covered the app bundle, and app bundle by itself is like a library. In this, in our specific scenario, be it Revit, 3ds Max, Inventor, or AutoCAD, the engines supported by the design automation, these are basically plugins or add-ins, if you want. But an analogy with programming is a library. It's something like an external part, an external reusable code, if you can say so. So app bundle can be within different activities. And the work item is not even doesn't have even knowledge about these libraries. It will just execute the function. Okay, so if we want to go to kind of review, let me put back the postman. An activity itself, in this case, as I said, it's a function definition. This part is the one that you can say it's how to say, distinct between different engines. So if it's a 3ds Max, it will have its own command line kind of content. If it's Revit, AutoCAD, or something like that, it has own and such. I think in the code we looked into this part when we touched the design, the first part of design automation. So remember, based on is this one? Yeah. So based on the engine, type of engine, it will basically build this part based on these specifics. So the command line and the script, command line, the script. In case of Inventor on Revit, there is no script. It's like self-aware, you can say so. So in this case, everything, be it 3ds Max or whatever it is, it's the same. In parameters, you are specifying the inputs. These are the name of inputs, so they can change. What is important here is these inputs could be, well, actually, it's not the inputs, it's parameters. And parameters could be 2 types, inputs or outputs. So in this case, we know that this is an input because it has a verb get. So it means that our busybox, you can say so, instance will use the get verb on kind of on given path. We will see later in the work item what I mean by path, but it means that this will be treated as something like a pool the resources into the instance. In case the verb is post, it means that this will be treated as an output, and usually it has kind of a local name or something like that. So as you can see, no matter, I can switch to 3ds Max and everything, it's exactly the same thing. I have here some, I know it's an input, I know it's an input, and I know this is an output. So you see this kind of approach. And this is the part of the work item. You are specifying the ID, so we can call it later. The command line is based on kind of type of engine you are using. Description is for your own kind of reason. Our bundles are the bundles that you are going to use with this within this activity. So remember, this is like a library. So what kind of library will be used when this function will be called? And as you remember from the previous session, the R bundles is engine specific. So if you have a version, R bundle for version 2020, kind of make sure that it will be working. It's kind of match at least this engine. And here is the version of the engine. So in case of let's say AutoCAD, I'm keep jumping between them just kind of to illustrate you that no matter what the engine, the workflow is more or less the same. The only thing is changing is command line. So in this case, you see it's AutoCAD 2023. And again, the very same thing here with Revit. When creating an activity, the very same body type or body structure, you can say. Again, the engine and the parameters with input and the output. Everything is the same. Now, to keep the context, the activity, as I said, is function definition. And the work item is the function call. So when you are using or you're calling the work item, basically sending, what you're doing is just inserting here the URL for the input and output. So it should match what you specified here. You specified this was host get result post. Then when sending the URL, it has no idea if it's put or kind of get or something like that, but you should match to make sure that the name and well, here you can specify, but I think it's not mandatory. Let me check. Let me check because I think when sending the work item, yeah. So I usually specify this as a get. It means that it's necessary. If you're not specifying it, I think it's by default get. So as you can see here, I have the arguments. If I'm checking the activity, you sure will see the very same parts. And again, it's like function parameters, except this one is also, well, you can say it's a parameter, an output parameter. And this is the workflow. Very simple. Create an app bundle, create an activity, and invoke this activity through a work item. And the good thing is that once you define the activity, you can call numerous work items or send numerous work items using different parameters. So for this very example, I could invoke the very same activity thousands of times, just changing the script that I need, the kind of the input file that I need, and expect the output. And the output in this case, if not, I'm not mistaken, and let me check again. Okay, create an activity. Yeah, the output here is very important. It has flag zip true. So what it means that it will generate multiple images, as you can see here. And I cannot specify multiple outputs. I can specify just one. But by specifying zip true, I know that it will be everything archived and kind of send it to the endpoint that I specified. Okay, now since we see we understand the overview, let's go to the code. And again, I will be following the Learn Forge. The Learn Forge. Yep. Let me move this outside. Yep. Okay. And as you can see here in this tutorial sample, the activity has two inputs, a file and the JSON data, and one output. The file is basically the file that we are sending. JSON data are the parameters that we specify on our UI, and the output file is the output that is generated based on on processing this data. And we will follow the activity Node.js track. And as you can see here we continue adding more more code to our file. Again, I will just copy and paste, but you have to try to add it by hand. And let me paste, and I will try to explain line by line what it does. Okay, where it is, that router? Upload a file. What? Here it is. Okay. And as I said, here we are creating a new activity. So anytime when we call these kind of activities, it will call the activity. And remember, last time we were looking this from the how to say, in parallel with the UI part. Yeah, so let me put it side by side. And yeah, let me hide this one. Okay. And here on the UI, we had this kind of endpoint, the activities, calling the activities. And on the server side, on the server side, this is the endpoint that serves this request. And what we have here, a basic input validation. This is because remember, we have to make sure that the zip file, the bundle is in zip file. That zip file is used as a name and so forth, and the activity name. And this is basically to make sure that the name abits and it's not duplicated, and all these thing like that. Make sure that we can get the activities and nothing fails. If it fails, it means that, okay, there is a problem with reaching that and there is no point to continue. And yeah, as you can see here, the qualified activity name. Remember, I was telling you that the activity, but not only activity, it's consistent between activity, bundle, what else is there? You have the following structure. It's basically the nickname, the activity or bundle, and some alias. Okay, and in this case, again, you see in this, we are just getting the engine attributes. If you remember, the engine attributes are those specific things. So depending on 3ds Max, Revit, Inventor, or AutoCAD, it has to have different command line content, extension scripts, and so forth. So based on the engine name, it will insert that part. So this part, what I'm showing now in the code, is exactly matching this part with within the request. It's exactly the same thing, creating exactly the same having exactly the same structure. So basically, this activity specs is the one building that that body request. Okay, and yeah, we are having a new body request. We are creating new activity, making sure that the activity is created. Could fail only if there is a duplication, maybe some character is not, but in this sample, we make sure that it sanitize the name. And that's it. So yeah, after you create the activity, as in other cases with bundle, you have to create an alias. And again, creating an alias is a very simple task. You just specifying the activity ID and the alias and the version that you need. And this is more like will make sense when you are trying to work with different versions and you have like test dev prod environments and different things like that. Now it's a bit of hassle because you have to create something and then create an alias for that and so forth. But when you are doing more, and especially you have different environment, you are doing more work with it, it will make sense. It will help you to make, instead of creating different activities, you are creating the same activities with different alias. And it will allow you to very easy switch from prod to dev and so forth. Okay. And in this case, is just kind of different checks. You see if it could be created, if it's already existing, and so forth. This is a get activities defined for this account, and just kind of to illustrate what it does when I'm listing the activities, I get everything, as you can see here, and it's just filtering it for these kind of things. Just as okay, so what it does, this piece of code, is making sure that it's all get all activities, but filters for only the activities that are specific for our alias, because beside our alias, our own activities, they are also sort of like predefined. For instance, this one, Autodesk now op, is very good for testing. It does nothing, but at least helps you to build something to make sure that it will pass. And another thing to keep in mind is that you see this list is not complete. It just shows you, I don't remember how many, I think like 15 or something like that. And you have here the pagination token. So actually there are more than that. And I think it's a page. It is page, yeah. So it's page, so there is even more than that. Okay, let's check what else we have here. Page. Okay, take this one off, send, and here it is. So you can see you have basically 3 pages of activities so far. And this might not be kind of scary, but it will be scary when you will end up like 20 activities and you have to make sure that you look at all the kind of the pages to make sure that you get all of them. So this piece of code is responsible by for this very thing, just getting the activities, and based on defined activities, it will just kind of make sure that it will filter the one that has kind of, or start with your nickname. Okay, now going back to our code, this is so far is exactly that. Okay, now let us try to run what we have so far. I know that I have a running instance of already finished project, but I want to try the one that it's not ready. So I want to run this very instance. But keep in mind that we need a couple of things. So remember, we have to run the ngrok and copy this one. Copy this one. Ngrok is a free tool, but it's free tool with some limitation. In this case, it's running for 2 hours. So session will expire after 2 hours. So we'll have to restart it. Okay, so I'm taking this ngrok. Let me put away this window. And I have to go to this one, to the launch JSON, put it here. As you can see, I'm exposing here in the client ID and client secret. So I make sure that I go back and reset the client secret. Okay, and once it is done, let us run and see what's going on. Okay, so everything is working on port 3000. Okay, so I will go to, let me close this one. Go to this one, localhost 3000. And it's not working. Why is that? Because I have a running thing. Let me look at the error. No, it should be okay. Okay. Let me check again. No, still doesn't want to, and no error. No, here it's okay. I cannot get, so it's not serving anything. So remember, I was telling you the last session that I hope it will not work, so we can debug it together. So let's debug it together. In debug console, it says that it's working. Okay, very good that it's working, but it's not. What could be the problem? Okay, first of all, I haven't saved this one, so let me save. Let me go to this one and start it again. Okay, here is the problem. And why is that? Because it cannot find design automation. Okay, the route design automation. The design automation is here. And it cannot find. Why is that? Make sure that I'm using the right name. Yes, I'm using the right name. Is it in routes? Okay, so here is the first bug that we found. Remember, it should be in routes design automation, while in our case, it's routes common design automation. So instead of putting in routes, I put it in common. And this is why it's not visible. Okay. Here, it should be in routes design automation. Okay, let us start again. A very common error. This is why I'm pretty aware of it. Okay, it's working. Now let's switch back to this one. Let me go to this one. Yeah, now it works. Okay, so what I have so far, I have two activities. Why I have two activities is because using the very same credentials, I run the other app. So keep in mind, there is a call to delete these activities, and in a minute I will show you how. But what we are interested in kind of looking at this bundle thing. So remember, the bundle, this piece of code was responsible of scanning everything that I have in bundle and showing me the zip files. So for instance, if I'm going to bundles, and for instance, this one I showed you only to put it here on to illustrate you the last session, the content. So I can delete it without any problem. So will it work if I'm just refreshing? Yeah, so no, it will not work. So it means that in order to capture this one, I have to restart it. And in this case, it will, no, it's still showing the rendering. Okay, in this case, I'm afraid that it will use the cache information. So what we do is opening the developer tool and then right clicking on this one, empty cache and hard reload. Okay, and I'm pretty sure now it will show the nice the list without that thing. Okay, as you can see here. Otherwise, either it was using cache or we didn't refresh properly or something like that. If you showing the developer tools, then you will have here an option. Otherwise, you don't have an option of hard reload and cache reset. Okay, so in this case, what we are doing, let's say, I'm not sure what we have so far, but we can delete everything. Oh, by the way, we can test this method clear account. And remember, I was telling you that it will clear all existing activities and bundles and everything like that. So we will do that because remember, I was telling you that now we have this kind of ugly thing here, and it would be nice to have something very nice. And we have a call to change the, remember where I put it, to change the nickname, set up the nickname, but it's not possible because Denis, let's put not two, let's put a demo. Okay, it's not possible because it already has resources. So what we will do is basically use this button in order to clear everything. And let us try again. Okay, no, it's not working. And why is that? Let's list the app bundles and see if we still have something there. Oh, we still have something left. Okay. Does it mean that this part is not implemented? We have to look into it because I see that it's doing nothing. Technically, what it should do is iterate through all of them and call the delete, and that's it. So in this case, it will be something like delete an app, and you see I have here the app bundle. So in this case, will be something like yeah. By the way, you don't have to specify the alias because it will be deleting everything. So let me, in this case, just delete, well, not just, but delete this one. Okay, delete all versions, and I will put in here. And you don't need the nickname, by the way. So it means that in this case, we actually need only the, what's the rendering, really? We delete, no content. So it means that yeah, let me try this one. Okay, go to delete app, put this one. Okay, delete, no content. Now let's list them again. Our bundles. Ta-da! So it's okay. So now if I'm going to this one, I'm refreshing. It still have to be, I have to restart the app, but let us finish this one. So I can show you how to rename the bundle, the bundle, the nickname. Okay, so if I'm listing the bundles, there is nothing. And let me see, can I do the change the nickname? No, because it has. Remember, it's app bundles and also the activities. So get list of available activities. We have all 4 of them. Okay, so in this case, it's kind of the very same thing, but instead of unbundles is activities. Let me just duplicate. Yeah, and authorization, it's okay. So activities. And yeah, what was in the list of activities? Create activity, get list of available activities. Yep, and this one. And I have like Golang SDK test. Okay. Activities. And I need this one. Delete. Yeah, it's okay. What else? What? No, I don't need this one. Get list of available activities. Then I have this one. Yeah, stay with me because this one. Yeah, I wish I wrote a script for this one, but is like that. Activities, and the last one is this one. Okay, and put it this way. Okay. Delete this one. Let's list the activities. Okay, nothing there. Okay, now we can patch the nickname. And it's still there are still resources. What's that? Have no idea. Have no idea because the work items. No need for. Yeah. Sorry for that. I have to look into those things. But let us restart the app. Okay. And check the kind of the content, and we see no activities here. And here we have the app bundles. Anyway, so this is kind of the step that we needed so far. And as I was saying, let's say this is WG, so it's for AutoCAD, AutoCAD 22. Let's create an update. Defining a bundle, we see the name, we see this one, and here we have the list. Let's do the very same for the Revit. Let's do the same for the Revit. For that, we have to use the RVT one. Okay, to desk Revit 20. Let's put the 21. Yeah, it's doing exactly the same thing. And we have a question. Where can I find your design automation API Postman stuff? I have no idea, but I can share with you with no problem. I can do it right now. Let me think how. Yeah, let me think how I can share this one, because this is a collection with all kind of workflows that I tried and different things. The Postman collection by itself, it's not a problem. The main problem is to make sure that you have the path here. Yeah, so this one, because I'm sharing, I can share you the Postman collection, but I'm not sure how it will. Yeah, I will sanitize it. And for those interested, let's see how interesting it is. So let me do this way. For those interested, let me put in the chat. You have my email, grigor@autodesk.com. For those interested, I will sanitize and send it. So please write to me, say I need design automation Postman collection, and I will send to you. Same time, I think that some of them you can find in GitHub somewhere. I think in the blog we have, but I'm not sure if it's for design automation or for something else. However, on this note, keep in mind that my approach of creating these kind of things is by creating my own collection. So I never use someone else's collection. I'm creating by myself just by looking at the documentation. Well, first of all, I don't need everything. And the second is that I learn better. So for instance, okay, so this one is very important. This one is not important, and so forth. So I mean that by building your own collection, you learn better. And you kind of recognize it easier. So for me, it's very easy to navigate because I created this collection. But of course, it's kind of a good start just to have something like in this case, and you're just going next, 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 or something like that. Or even you can automate here like the very 4 steps or 5 steps, and then kind of require an input or something like that. It's a neat tool. I recommend it to kind of to use it in order to explore the API, or as in my case, to explain to your colleagues, or even just to debug, because I usually try to create a Postman collection for workflow that I need, and then I'm putting into code, and this helps me to catch problems. So for instance, if my Postman workflow works but my code not, it means that it's a code problem, not a workflow. Okay, now going back to this thing, what we have to do next is we define activity, and as I said, but we are not yet ready to execute the work item. And as I told you, the execution of a work item is basically calling this activity with a given parameter. And in this case, it's the same file. I will copy, and let us go again side by side, or line by line, sorry, and see what it does. So in this case, we have a button, create a bundle, create activity and everything, but we also have start the work item. And this work item will hit this URL, the work item. So in this code that follows, that I will paste, but you have to put by hand, is basically this kind of the work item, defining this route. What it will require, actually, this is an aggregator of everything, because when we look here, we have some inputs. We get the kind of the input file. Okay, in this case, I'm like AutoCAD, and then I'm saying like AutoCAD activity. By the way, you can send into Revit activity the AutoCAD file, but it will make no sense, and you will just get an error. So you have the input file, you aggregate all the parameters as a JSON, and you basically kind of send these, as I said, you constructing, if we look again in the Postman, sending a work item, you are constructing this kind of body, but I think the more appropriate will be sort of this one. Okay, and by the way, this body shows you the important things. So you have the inputs, you have the output file, and here where our ngrok will make it will be most useful. So you see here you have sort of on progress and on complete. So this is a post request, and you specify the ngrok and the endpoints. So technically, when we will be sending in the work item here as an activity, we will be receiving everything here from that very instance, because that very instance, when it will be making some steps and everything, it will hit this kind of, will send some information on this URL. Well, actually, in our case, is based on the ngrok that we have, and we'll populate that text box with this information. So in our code, we can see that it will be like the input file argument, input JSON, and different things, basically constructing that body, as I explained you. The output file name, so you see this will be like the output of our file. And also here, yeah, by the way, here we are invoking some kind of data management API, because we are using the WSS. This is from design automation part. No, it's not design, data management API part, where actually we are creating a bucket and we are putting the kind of the results there. And what it does here, this piece of code is very kind of simple. So remember, these inputs and outputs has to be available. In this very case, I put it here on AWS, and I put it as a public, so it means that everyone can download this file without any restrictions. This is a security issue because now you can take it and kind of do the very same thing. Just copy paste, and you will get this this model. But for the output, I used the signed URN. And how I did that? So you can do it again using the ngrok. You can serve it from the local files. Okay, let me see. I have questions here. I have design automation for Rabbit tutorial Postman, which is relatively simple. Yeah. Again, it depends on the workflow. As you can see here, just a side note, this was a question. So let me mark it as a. As I told you, the how to say, for each workflow, I'm creating basically from the scratch different Postman collection, if you can say so. It's one Postman collection with different workflows, and I'm trying to put it from the beginning so I can remember it better. But also, different workflows have different type of complexity. So as you can see here, I have something like very complex. Another one is very simple. It will require no bundles or something like that. So there is no bundle step. Others, like the one that I'm searching right now. Yeah, I think it's this one. This one is exactly what we need to explain you here. So you can serve everything like from, as I was doing here, from S3, a public file. But again, it's a security issue. You can serve it from a local host, but using the ngrok. So ngrok will specify you kind of, will create a tunnel, and you can use the ngrok in order to serve files from your own computer. But there is a third way, you can say so. There are many, but I want to show here a third way. And the third way is that when you are using the data management API, in order to create a bucket, and once you create a bucket, you specify the bucket, and you can specify the policy key, and you can put here persistent. But for this very task, it could be something like transient or temporary. So it will delete everything in 24 hours. It will delete in 30 days or something like that. And then on this very bucket, I can specify kind of the object that I need. So in this case, it's an image like output and PNG. And I put, I will require to be assigned a read write or just a write in this case, or well, read writes so I can read it later. So what it will do, it will provide me with this kind of self-signed URN. And this self-signed URN, I can feed to the, as an output file, for instance, in a work item. So this is a neat way of using the data management API to create a bucket and to create self-signed URN, so you can use it as a kind of to feed to I would say to use it as an output for the activity. And by the way, the very same thing can be used for input files. So I can create a bucket, I can put all my files there, create a self-signed or assigned URN, and I can say like I need only the read scope. So it means that it could be only read it by someone. It will create a self-signed URN, and I can use this as an input file. And this is basically kind of the very simple workflow within Autodesk infrastructure if you want so. Okay, let me check any other questions. Okay, see no other questions. Now, if you go back to our code, we can see here that we are doing exactly the kind of the same thing. Right signed resources required for the objects to already exist and something like that. So in this case, we are defining the output files and the let me close these ones. Okay, the output files, the kind of input files and different things, and we are using this using the data management API. So we are using the OSS. And this, by the way, explains why. Remember when we were defining the scopes, we were putting there everything, something like put there the create bucket, the read data, write data, and everything we need for this very workflow. And the output file argument, kind of the very same thing. You see the verb put, so we automatically know it's an output. Prepare and submit work item. This is basically creating the, remember the webhook URL from ngrok, and we are specifying here that we want to subscribe to everything. Okay, so we have input file, we have JSON file, we have output file, and we have onComplete. So in this case, it's not on progress, it's onComplete. And onComplete, we will get everything. Work size item, and we actually, yeah, this is basically catching errors. It's not working and different things, and the work item. From what I remember, it's kind of everything that we needed. Yeah, so we have on callback still. So we are defining on callback. Yeah, so this is defining what to do when we will be informed by design automation that is complete. So we are serving only on complete. Okay, putting here. Okay, so in this case, in this piece of code, we have an endpoint that will process the onComplete, and we are processing these things, and using the socket.io, we are feeding it to the write log, I assume. Yep. And the last part that we have here is clear account. So remember, we were discussing that clear account is not working. That's because we didn't put it there. And let's put it right here. Okay, so what it does, it's basically iterating through API delete me. Oh, so it's nuking, it's deleting the kind of the, you can say the user, but, and you are clearing everything. Yeah, never tried this one, by the way. Okay, so everything is done. Let us test it. And I want to try that, the delete me. So I'll go to this one. I will restart the server. Okay, it's working. Now let's go to this one. And remember to make sure that we're doing kind of, we have the full thing. Let us put the more tools, developer tools, and now empty cache and hard reload. Okay, so everything is here. Let us try the clear account. Okay. So if I'm doing here, going there, again, it's cached, but I want to call the patch nickname. I want to see if it will work for this one. Ta-da, it works. Okay, so no matter what we will do now, so let us create an app bundle for AutoCAD 22. Yeah, creating. So it's creating. Yep, nothing found. Okay, refresh. Let me go with this one and get the list the app bundles and see if it is. Yeah, so as you can see here, the Denis demo, instead of having that ugly thing that like that, it's your nickname. In this case, it's kind of Denis demo. And let me see why actually it's not doing. Let me again do a hard reset, because I should not restart the computer. It should work right away. Let me see if I have on backend something. No. Let me refresh and then do the hard reset. Okay, so I still don't have activities. Okay, let's add more and we will debug it later. Inventor 22, great. Okay, still not showing. Something is weird. Let's put another rabbit one. 21. Okay, still nothing. Still nothing. But I think I know why. So it's 200, 300. Choose a file and let us put the rabbit file. And then nothing found. Nothing found. Yep. Let's debug it. Let's debug it right away. So first of all, let us see if we can stop and restart the application just to make sure that it is okay here. I see here is better to reach. Okay, then let us do a refresh. Still nothing. Okay, so when these existing activities is some here, the activities. Let it put, here is the work items, here is the activities. Okay, get all activities defined for this account. Let's us put here a breakpoint. Okay, and let's refresh to see if we can hit the breakpoint. No. Okay, let's do a hard refresh. Still not hitting the endpoint. Okay, how about the other way? This one? No. Okay, this is a bummer. I hope I didn't. Yeah, so let me do what we didn't do. We didn't hit max, right? I want to see if it will hit that point, because after defining an activity, it will hit. Okay, so here we have nothing on the list. It's true. Now let's go. Activities. So we have activities now. Get activities. Okay, let's jump into get activities. So these get activities, info, custom headers. Let's go with this one. And what we have? Custom header. No. So yeah, this is Let's get out here. Okay, so error command invocation. Timeout. Okay. So invocation timed out. Interesting. Why is that? Okay, I don't need this one. So why this one timed out? Okay, let's continue the execution and see if we can hit it again. Okay. Start in this one. And now I'm hitting it again. Okay, so let's put like that. Now get activities. Define activities. I have 0. And define activities. Okay, activities data. So activities, I have page string data. Oh, yeah, so I have it. So why it's not showing on the web page? Okay. So at least now we know that we get the activities. Define activities, push. Okay, so let me put it this way. Okay, have. Now let's do it step, step, step. And I have here the activities. And the activities show me all the activities that I have. It is here. Okay. And now I'm doing this way. I think the nickname is not recognized. And this is why it filters everything, including that one. Okay, I think it's because of the nickname. So if this one, let me go here, get nickname, return. No, not the global. I need this config credentials. So nickname is, yeah, so you see, it still stores the nickname as this one. So the get nickname is not correct. The get nickname is not correct, then it kind of gets all the activities and filters everything that has this one. We changed our nickname, so technically it should be like that. So to get nickname, it's for jobs me. Oh yeah, the token expired. So the get nickname will be Denis demo. So I think we found a bug in this application. When in utils, yeah, let's go into utils. Server utils. No. Design automation utils. We have nickname. Get nickname. Yeah. So you see, when get nickname, it will automatically, instead of indeed going and fetching the nickname from the server, it will just imply that it will be the client ID, and this is not correct, because you see in our case, what we did is basically renamed And in order to fix this one, we have to call this endpoint. Let me put in curl because I like it more. We have to call this endpoint with header authorization, bearer, and the token. I'm not sure that I can do it right away, right here, but why not? Why not? So how many of you are interested in doing that? Yeah, raise your hands. Okay, I see some people are interested. So let us do right away to fix this one. Because for me, in this case, a very easy fix would be just to go here, press again clear account. It will automatically reset to my client ID and everything will work. But I am more interested to see how much work it needs in order to work with real nickname, and perhaps I will send a feature request, or it would be even more interesting, if you succeed by yourself. I will try right now, but if you succeed by yourself, try to send a pull request with this thing by yourself. So in this case, you know that in the for this part, the modify your models, there is, if you want to download the project, there is Node.js. And remember, it's like Node.js branch. And you can send a pull request just to fix this one, to say something like, okay, so it doesn't work with custom nicknames, and this is why you you can send a pull request to change that one. I will do it as fast as I can, but right now, but it might not be clean enough. So this is why I will try to just to make it quickly. So let's use fetch because I like fetch. Okay, fetch, and I think it's a post. No, it's a get. Okay, so in this case, it's a get request. Yeah, by the way, a very easy way to write the code. I never did that, but sometimes it helps. So in this case, you see, I'm using the Node.js, and I can generate the code for Node.js. And right here, I can see something like, okay, so this is the piece of code that I need in order to do this kind of request. I'm not very fond of it. And I think that there is kind of different things like request here, unirest, Axios. And let me check what library we already have here, so I can, yeah, so it's not this one. Okay, let me go to authentication and see how they are doing in order to get that one. Okay, so they are relying on library. This is why we cannot see what kind of get or post or something like that. But we can go inside the library and see what kind of API, what kind of library they are using, and try that one. But I'm not interested in this. Let's just kind of change it. Let's change it into, well, not this one, this one. Okay, so let's do a fetch. And to be sincere, I don't remember in fetch how actually it is done. So why not going to documentation for fetch? Yes, fetch. Okay, fetch API. Okay, I have no idea how to use it using the fetch. Okay, response, but I need to send something. So I want to send the header. So what I would need, it's something like this. Okay, so we need this part, the header. Okay, so it's fetch and the URL. Then it's a body with something like that. So we'll need, the method will be get in our case. Okay. Get in our case, and we need the headers. And we can say it's application JSON. No, it's actually not application JSON, it's a get. Okay, but we need what? We need, as I was showing, the header with authentication, so authorization and bearer. So it will be authorization, barrier, and plus token. So how we get the token? How actually here is done to get the token? So in this instance, so this one is a static instance of dev3 instance. Fetch token. Will it actually fetch token? Because I think the fetch token will give me the token itself. Okay, let me see how it is invoked in other part. Fetch token. Okay, is there places? Only 2. No. So why need, where I need this one? Yeah, everything is done by under the hood, but there is no problem. Okay. So is this one request auth token? Okay, so this one is code by the request, but I don't need this one. So let me see if we can do the search for this one to see how it is done. Okay, so get credentials. Okay, so this is done through intervals. So let me see in this case if we are going to this one. So where are we? Nickname. The nickname, the get nickname is invoked without anything. But this nickname is invoked so get name is invoked here. Okay, I see. So it will not be so easy as I thought. Nevertheless. And why is that? Because we need to pass somehow the token. So let's put this way. Nickname. Utils nickname. Utils. Let's pass here a variable, the token. And we will request here in this one token, and we will put this as a token. Okay, and now it should work. So it's fetch. Then, so I remember there was like response JSON, yeah, return response JSON. So in this case, it will be the response. If I get the nickname, it will be just a string. Okay, let's try this way. So I will comment this one. And let's return. Oh, so according to docs, it will be an async function, but no. Yeah, I don't want to make it async, but yeah, let's do it this way. Then response, return, response. Yeah, this is like, okay, let me try. So what it doesn't work, of course, what I did. It's because, yeah, I cannot send variables. Yeah, sorry, I cannot do that one. I don't want to waste your time. As I said, it would be a nice contest to see if you fix it. Yeah, because we don't need this one and return this one, and that's it. To see if you can fix it. So as I said, for you to fix it, in case you fall my wrong scenario, is to, by now your application should be running, so you can just clear the account. Okay. Yeah, providing that it works. Is it working? No. Okay, providing that it works. Now it should working. Yeah, I reverted the changes. So let me refresh. Yeah, stop the breakpoint. At least you've seen the debugging session, how we found the bug. Okay. And go here, the configure, clear the account. Yes, I want. I can see the account was cleared. And now I assume that if I'm creating an AutoCAD 22, let's put it, create an update, it will create the app bundle. And as you can see, it automatically populates this one. And that because it automatically implies that you are not patching your nickname, no, nothing. You are just creating the nickname. I will report this one, not today. I will keep it I will hold it. And I hope that you will fix it and submit a pull request. That would be very nice. Now let's go back to these activities. So as I said, okay, 200, 300, some values that I'm putting here. I'm choosing what an AutoCAD, because it's an AutoCAD file. I'm having this activity and I'm starting the work item. And if everything works, you can see here, it's uploading the input file, the work item started, we are giving the ID, and we basically have everything finished. It was with success, and we get the information regarding the process and different things like that. Even if it fails, this is the very good source in order to understand what failed. So we can see here in the logs, the work item started, download phase. So for instance, downloading the input here could fail. This is a point of failure. Embedding resources, service file, okay, have been written too. So again, another point of failure to see if actually, okay, you created here just one file, very, very good. Kind of multiple files, then make sure that it will be zipped and so forth. And downloading file from this one, yes, it is. and it download files phase successfully. So everything is here. Yeah, by the way, this is my mistake. It's actually this one is actually the step that the file, the input file, was downloaded locally. So you can see if it was downloaded. Yeah, this is the important thing. Start preparing the script command line and different things like that. Start script phase, AutoCAD, Core Engine, what kind of it's used, and you can see here some outputs and different things like that. Now command, saving file, and script start phase uploading. This is the part of uploading the result to make sure that it succeeds, upload succeeded, and everything like that. And here it is. You have everything like that. Let's quickly create a bundle for Revit just to illustrate you what kind of output you have for the Revit. Let's put it as 21. Great. So I'm using as input a Revit file. I'm putting it as a Revit one. By the way, we can try with the AutoCAD just to see what kind of errors we can get. And we can start the activity. We started the activity, upload, the activity started. And just to show you an example, like you want to see work items status. Here is the call. It's again not very fancy, and you can see here that it's in progress when it was started. This is while it is working. You can do basically a polling if you need, but for this very reason, in order to avoid this kind of polling, we have this where it is actually. We have this kind of flag with the output input. Oh, I lost it. Where you actually specify the yeah, I think I lost it. Where you're specifying the work item with callback. You're specifying the callback on progress, on complete. In our case, we implemented just on complete, and we can see the results here. So let's start from the beginning. What we have here. It's a success. So technically what you see here is the result of this call. So it's success, the report, and the report is the one what we see in this log. So what kind of command line was used, different things, activities, app ID, and different parameters. Again, this is content. So we can see here, started work item, we downloaded successfully the file, started the script, running in an unintended mode. So remember, no input is available. Okay, and echoing command line arguments, what kind of file it uses. This is the bundle package, initializing the core, and so on and so forth. So as you can see here, everything is successful and it works. And again, in the end, we have exactly the same output here. And we can download the result files. This is basically clicking on this link. And I think that's it for this session. Let me check again if I didn't miss anything. No, we implemented the work item. I showed you in real time how to debug unsuccessfully, but I hope you can work from now on. The sample files are basically the Revit files, inventor and max files that are used for this example. And what else? I think that we missed another step. Another important thing is that, okay, we run that one, but where actually are the results? And this is the uploads and everything like that. Yeah, so in this case, we run everything. Running and debugging. Yeah, as you can see, there is a step of deployment. This is like, it depends on your choice. I'm more familiar with the AWS. Someone will be familiar with the Azure, Heroku, Web Harbor, and different things like that. This is like beyond the scope. As you can see, this is another section, but it's applicable for all previous things, projects, be it view your models, be your visualize fusion models and different things like that. The viewer extension is continuation of, and dashboard is extension of view your model. Our section of modifying your models is here. The only thing that still kind of we didn't cover is like, okay, we sent it everything, we created the Rabbit file, and that's it. But where are the results? And the results should be here. So remember, we're creating a signed URL in order to get that one. And let me put it as a new request here and send and download. Not found. Okay, let me check again. The output file is here. Oh. Yeah, let me try again. So, not this one. Yeah, but it's interesting that we will do a parallel thing. So Revit, and this one is Revit, and start the work item. Okay, yeah, by the way, here you can see a very good example why it failed. So we tried to use AutoCAD engine in order to process Revit file, and right away you can see that it failed. Right, so nothing fancy here. Yeah, the only thing that still unclear is where is actually the output file, because along the code we created the buckets and different things like that, and the output should be downloaded here, right? So this is the outputs. So the delete me, this is design automation, the work item. Okay. Output file argument. And the output file argument is, okay, it's OSS. Okay, so technically we should take this one, put it in the postman, and send a get. And it will be send resource not found. Not found because this one is here. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Let's debug this one because this is quite interesting. Okay, so this is the report. The report will give us things. So we have here the signed resource. And this signed resource is not existing. Okay. It's not saying that it's not available. Okay, so let's do this way. Let's see V2 signed resources. Let's go to the documentation for data management. Okay. Data management API, the API references, OSS, buckets, and when we are creating a bucket, we will go this way. We are interested in signed resources. Yeah, we can do the other way. A very interesting one. We can list the buckets. So let me list all the buckets that I have. So for that one, I can put it here. Okay, this is the call that I need to do. By the way, this is how you build your own Postman collection, including the debugging thing. Okay, so I need to get the buckets and I need authorization. And remember that our access token already has the needed scope. So auth token. So let me see what I have on this client ID. The invalid protocol get. Huh? Invalid protocol get. Why is that? Because here I have a get. Yeah. Sorry, this because I copied everything. Okay. Let me send it. Okay, so I have a bunch of buckets here. Let's continue on the next page. Again, it will require authentication. So put here the authentication. Okay. And I have here a bunch of everything. Okay, so this is my bucket. This is my bucket. It's a transient one, so in 24 hours, it will delete. Okay, having the bucket key, let us look in documentation what I want to get all the objects in this bucket. Okay, so it will be this request. Okay, I will put it another request here. I get one. Don't forget the authorization. Okay, auth token, and this bucket key has to be changed. Let me put the one that was in that list. So I know that because it has this long ugly name. Okay, I can get the details and see that it was actually created today during this session. Okay, yep. Put it here. It is, yeah, send. And voila, here I have all the Revit files. All the Revit files, the results. Now, question is that which one is input and which one is output, because I think this bucket was used for both of them. And to answer this question, we can look at our application, where it is. I lost the application. It doesn't matter because I have that. Remember, I got this one. Okay, so output resources, it will be this one, but this one is just a self-signed URN. And we can look into this one and see that this one, the output. That's interesting. So input Revit sample file. This is an input Revit sample file. Oh, I don't need this one. Don't save. Don't save. Okay, so we need the last one. And the last one is showing object key. So this one is sample file. This one is sample file. Sample file. Revit sample file, and this Revit sample file. So all of them are sample files. Okay, as an input and downloading. So those are inputs of sample files. So what we did is create a bucket, put it Revit file, sample file there, create a self-signed URL, and serve it to the kind of design automation. After it finished, like that, it will upload here. But this one is not the same one. Wait, it's the same one. And the upload phase was successfully. But if we go following this link, it will say that it doesn't exist. Not found. Yeah, that is strange. That is strange. Okay, I will have to look into it more thoroughly. But it looks like this one was successful. It's upload successful, but it's not available. And I would rather prefer that it's using the ngrok to be uploaded to computer. But instead of that, it will be using the signed URL for output Revit file. And we have no output Revit files in this one. In the bucket, we have only the samples. Oh, no, wait a minute. This is my bad. So you see it's appended output AutoCAD. So this is input and this is output. Oh, silly me. Yeah, so it's using the self-signed URL in order to upload, but these files are on your bucket for you to kind of to get. So in this case, for instance, I cannot just click and do a send. It will say like a token is not provided. I have to go to authorization and put the token of data read. And then it will be, well, it's send download, and then it will be downloaded this AutoCAD thing. So let me send like this, and we can see the structure of AutoCAD file. Yeah, as you can see, the debugging is the most interesting one. It's like a detective work. I hope you found it entertaining. I think this concludes. We passed the demo time. I think this concludes the session. So it's your turn to create an activity and execute a work item I showed you. I will still be available here for another hour. So if you want to come up with questions, if you have different things like that, please feel free to chat it here. Also, no problem reaching me on my email. You have the email in chat. And remember, if you want also the Postman collections, reach me by email and I can send it to you. I keep saying it's Postman collection, but it will be compatible with things like Insomnia if you like more that tool, and I think other tools too. So that's it for the session. I hope you found it entertaining. If you still have questions, the best place to ask is Stack Overflow, because there you can kind of, it's not only a reply from me, but also from the community. And also you can ask kind of, or see other people asking maybe the same questions. Don't forget to use one of those tags like Autodesk Porch, Viewer, Model, Derivative, Design, Automation, depending on what type of questions you have. And these tags sort of mandatory, because without them, we are not notified that there is a Forge related Stack Overflow question. So just put that tag and we automatically get a notification and we will jump on it. And that's it. I'm glad that you joined this session. I hope you understand now what design automation is and how to put in code. What we did in this session is one approach of putting in code, but you can maybe simplify or integrate in your pipeline. This is the purpose of it. And this is like the simplest self-contained sample that we could come up with. But again, as I showed you with the Postman collection or the Postman workflow, it's basically a bunch of steps, and many of them can be skipped if you don't need them. So for instance, for some activities I don't need app bundles, so this is why I can skip these steps, and so forth. Everything has to be tailored toward what you need. And again, thank you for joining us. Good luck with your endeavor. Bye.